Shaggy Philalitheia. Yeah, I am fucking dying of hyperthermia right now. I'm freezing to fucking death. It is fucking cold in this tent. It's probably fucking just cold in the world right now, I would say. But I gotta bundle up because, frankly, I have to kill an hour. And I could kill an hour by going to Panera, sitting in the hot. But like yesterday, if I go to the Panera, like every time, I'm gonna do this every time. It's a consistent pattern in my character. If I go to Panera and I get comfortable, I'm gonna convince myself not to walk down to the head shop, and I am going to spend all my weed today. Going to run out. I have the money. My two most dedicated supporters, I don't really know if one is even a follower anymore, but certainly my most dedicated supporters keep throwing me money when I need it. So I have the money for food today. I have the money for the head shop today. I have new video games that I'm excited to play. I should already be in Panera. Honestly, for my own desire, I want to already be in Panera, snuggled up with Barony, seeing if I can entice people to want to just jump in and play with me for an hour or 15 minutes or two. That's just a jump in and play it a little bit kind of game that has the just one more turn, just one more try. Gameplay loop that I love. I play lights. I like wizardry, and really Barony is just the modern. It's just the modern version. It's just the, if wizardry were still a franchise today, it's just full of the things that we would want it to be full of today. Most especially the roguelite elements. You know everybody dying, you wiping and everybody dying. That's not the end of your run in wizardry, but it's the end of your run in Barony. Oh fuck, I'm so cold. I cannot feel my fingers, and it is getting worse. If I can't see you, you can't see me. But if I get, since I carry so much shit and it takes so long to pack up, I mean, it takes 15 minutes to pack up my shit. It takes 10 minutes to unpack it. You know, I'm lazy, but I call it efficient in my head. And so going, unpacking for a half an hour just to get up, and then now that I'm warm, go engage in the cold again, to walk down to the head shop just to get warm in there, and then step back outside to get cold again. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of discomfort to put oneself through, intentionally and knowingly. So I'm gonna wait till closer to 10 o'clock. Really, I should only wait till about 9:30 to show up right when they open. And that means I got an hour. I got an hour to kill, and if I kill that hour in Panera, I'm not gonna go to the head shop. I already know that about myself. Oh, and today's Saturday, so if I'm gonna catch the bus, I have to do it today. Oh, or I'm going to spend the days after today with no weed. So, big thanks to Mr. S and to Rachel. Future audience, make sure you tell them thank you in the comments, because without them, this show, this channel doesn't happen. If you like it here, if you like what I've made, what I'm doing, do understand that it's impossible without those two. So you owe them gratitude, not me. And if you don't want to give them the gratitude, you need to replace their dollars. You need to step up so they don't have to. Frankly, that's just how the economy works. But like I was saying the other day, we don't know, we're not taught how the economy works. We don't talk about it in public, places like television and YouTube. We don't actually talk about the truth. We don't talk about how things actually are. That's why I'm Philalitheia. We don't talk about how things actually are, because if we looked at the world honestly and we were truthful in our messaging and in our communications with one another, if we were truthful about what we saw when we looked out at the world, if we spoke the truth, we could come to a place where we could start to fix the real problems. Like, millennials living through another disaster is hyperbolic. It's just hyperbolic nonsense. I'm trying to think if, my impulse is to say that, oh, the millennials, my generation living through another disaster, is a thing, then that would make us, millennials, a historical and statistical outlier as regard disasters, right? We would have to have survived more of them than other generations, and that's just not true. Like, millennials being the, oh god, another disaster generation is the exact opposite response to the disasters of the past that our grandparents stood up and dealt with. So us being like, oh god, another disaster, let's have an existential crisis, is that same it's that same learned helplessness, it's that same powerlessness against which I always rail, I always scream and shout at you. You are only powerless if you choose to be, and we're only living through another disaster if you think about it as living through another disaster. If you don't think of yourself, this hat, as participating in the world around you, if you just think of the world around you as there, and you as in it, and it as the world, and the other people in it as there to provide for and support you, then you never learned beyond the cradle. You never learned that your parents are unique in their relationship to you, in that they're the only people in the world who give a shit about your development. So this idea that millennials have, that they're supposed to have this existential angst because they're surviving another disaster, this idea that millennials are defined by surviving disasters, is absolutely insane. Did the wars, Korea and Vietnam, not happen? Did World Wars 1 and 2 not happen? Did the Civil War not happen? The disasters that millennials have survived, that we've suffered through, have hardly been disasters at all. 9/11 was an isolated event. The banking crisis was a cyclical and predictable event. What other disaster do millennials think they've survived? What, the war in Ukraine? That's a cyclical event. What, some hurricane? Again, cyclical event. If millennials are upset, if millennials are if they're in this existential crisis because of cyclical events that they think are disasters, millennials have no context for what is actually a disaster. And that only makes sense, because millennials were the first generation in history that decided they didn't actually need to learn anything from the people older than them. Millennials are the people who think that they don't need pop culture from before they were born. Millennials are the people that think that their interpretation is the objective interpretation, because millennials know that everything is both subjective and relativistic, so they think they get to just do whatever they want. And they get to complain about whatever they want because they know their parents aren't listening, because their parents survived real disasters that are seriously traumatic and very, very troubling and difficult that millennials have never even heard of because we don't know our history. So it's just this big circle. It's just a big circle. It's a regressive feedback loop, is what it is. Millennials get stupider because as the message goes through its loop, it loses information. The information is replaced by feedback, noise, static, regressive feedback loop. So here I am, hungry and very cold. I'm talking myself through this next hour so I can get up and go. I'm gonna go walk up to the bus stop, I think. Stand there in the fucking cold. It is cold. Fucking cold. It's so cold. When I got back to the tent last night, I had to put my hand warmer in my feet because the bottom, the feet of my sleeping bag was encased in ice. The sleeping bag itself was a block of ice that I could feel through my feet. So I definitely had to put my hand warmer down there so that my feet weren't colder than they needed to be. Good morning, Tita. How are you? I'm in Ohio. It is very cold. It is very cold. I think that's what you tried to say there. I think you spelled God, but I'm not wearing my glasses. So, in Akron, I'm up in Zanesville. Not bad. This could be worse. Gotta be careful not to put too much pressure on the wall of my tent. It being all frozen, I'm gonna tear it. Uh, I'm like an hour north of you. I'm like an hour, maybe a half hour east of Columbus. So I'm like an hour, almost straight north of you. You're maybe a half hour, maybe an hour northeast of Portsmouth. I grew up a half hour north of Portsmouth. So you're about an hour, almost a straight shot south of me. There probably are. I don't need a shelter, and I don't want to be around the people that occupy shelters. If I'm going to a shelter, I can't do the work I'm doing. And I don't need a shelter. I mean, I have a shelter, and I've got money. I'm gonna go to Panera when I'm done with this, but I'm waiting right now until closer to 9:30, 10 o'clock, so I can go to the head shop. Then it makes sense. I don't really want to be the first person who walks through the head shop. And for whatever reason, they open at 10 o'clock on Saturdays. So it's almost 9 o'clock now. The sun's coming up. It'll warm my tent surprisingly effectively because of the way it's designed. The sun itself will get the internal temperature up in here, so I'm a little more comfortable. And then I'm charging my hand warmer again so I can thaw out my boots so my feet aren't just and only cold when I put them in there. Ugh. I'm trying to remember what I was thinking about last night. Because it wasn't all that different from the idea of disasters. And really, it's just that millennials are weak. It's regressive cycles. But yeah, just waiting on the sun to come out and the day to get going a little bit. I could already be at Panera. I woke up a little bit after 6 o'clock and just went the fuck back to bed because it was too cold. Just went back to sleep, maintain my energy, and just go back to sleep. Ugh. Ugh. I'm not worried about it, so you don't really need to be worried about it. Ugh. I'm just trying to earn a little bit of money. Well, I'm actually a nocturnal person by nature. I would rather be going to sleep about right now. And in the summer, that works. In the spring and the summer and the fall, that works. In the winter, it's just too cold. It's just too cold. I basically I come back to the tent as soon as everything closes here in town, and I bundle up and I just go to sleep. Yes, I know. My phone is freezing, so now the charging isn't going to work as well. I know. That's just how it goes. I actually prefer not to rise early because I end up spending more time in Panera that way. Hey bunnies, what's up? If I can avoid it, I don't really want to spend more than 8 hours there. I'm not going to be spending that much money in there. And their dine-in business is really about turning and burning people. It's really not about hospitality. They provide a place for people to sit down so they can get the fuck out. Um, Not so they can stay and enjoy the environment. I don't think that was Panera's plan, but you know, who you pay to do the job is who's going to do the job. It hasn't snowed in a few days, no, but there is snow on the ground. Yes, bunnies. There, it hasn't snowed. It's not supposed to snow again until like Friday, I think. It was supposed to snow all weekend, according to the 10-day forecast I got 5 days ago, and that has pushed back to next weekend, and that can just keep pushing back. Snow, the snow slows down my life in a way that I don't like. The snow interrupts my routine in a way that I don't like. I don't like for my routine to be interrupted. I didn't like for my routine to be interrupted when I wasn't homeless. That's just I just don't like to be interrupted. I don't like I don't like to be stopped for reasons outside my control. If you're trying to build momentum, and me, I'm carrying a bunch of heavy shit at all times, and I mean that metaphorically and literally. If you're trying to build momentum while also carrying a bunch of heavy shit, you either have to have really fucking strong muscles, which is one way to go about it, or you have to just build up speed. I don't know what boondock means, but I'm staying warm. I have sleeping bags. I know what I'm doing. I did this last year. I have warm clothes under all of this. I'm wearing all of my winter gear. I'm not even going to put on a layer. I'm actually going to strip out of layers to leave the tent. Um, I wouldn't say that I'm Miami toasty. I would say I'm not particular. I mean, I'm not hyperthermic anymore. I'm not shivering anymore. I can feel both of my hands, but it is cold. I'm not going to act like it's not cold. You can see my breath. You can see my breath. It's cold. That's the metric I always used. I grew up until high school in and around Charlotte, North Carolina. So that was always the metric I used. If I can see my breath, it's too cold. No, Tennessee doesn't get 10 degrees and stay that way for a week. It's actually going to be that way for about 3 weeks. I'm sleeping on the ground because that's the choice that I've made. Because you guys don't believe just by looking at me that I'm better than you. You don't believe me that I'm better than you by listening to me. So I'll just sleep on the ground because you couldn't do it. No, I don't want to live with you. I don't know who you're talking to. If you're switching in one paragraph from talking about me to addressing me, you're both objectifying me and a terrible writer. If you're a bad writer, you're a bad thinker. If you're a bad thinker, I don't want to live with you. I don't even want to talk to you right now. Yeah, I'm better than you. What if I do mind? Actually, I have a really good attitude. You're just really sensitive. You're sensitive to the fact that other people might be better than you because you know you're not very good at anything. I didn't know I was angry. Am I projecting? No. In order to project, I would have to talk about only you. Well, Bunny, you insulted me first. I don't care if you liked or subscribed. The only things you said to me were, hey, buddy, and then you insulted me. That's not very supportive at all. It's not nice either. I am in a lot of pain, Mark. More pain than you can possibly imagine. You absolutely insulted me, Bunny. Calling me buddy was an insult. Whatever thing you said that had me insulting your intelligence, that was an insult. Asking me if I was projecting, that was an insult. I was insulted by all of those things, and so I responded appropriately. If you are so sensitive that the appropriate responses to your behaviors leave you thinking that you are being supportive and the appropriate responses to your behavior are mean, then yeah, See yourself out. The door didn't close behind you. I'll make this easy for you, bunnies. Y'all think I'm fucking around. I didn't know my head was down, Chris. Did your parents really love Rush Hour or something? If I wanted to sleep on a couch, I would probably be sleeping on a couch. I don't know. It was 10 o'clock yesterday, or 10 degrees yesterday. I guess I could look. I don't actually know. Google says that it is currently negative 10 degrees right now. Heard that, Chris. Why are you sorry I'm in pain, Mark? What did you do? I didn't need to know the May or the 19th part, Mark. I have weed I'm smoking right now, Michael. Where am I? Outside your house right now. The call is coming from the garage. That was quick, Sassy. That was real quick. I would prefer a bowl. I would prefer a bong, but I use the vapes because I'm in Ohio. I can't afford medical. I don't have any friends. All the people in town that I know have real grass smoke it where I know they're smoking it, but they never suggest. They never offer me any. They never ask if I want to buy. Hello, Miss Rhonda. So I get the synthetic from the head shop because it's $20. And that lasts me like 2 weeks, depending on how much I consume. Ohio's bud law is actually, it's not bad. The stuff that's going on federally is happening because of Ohio. All the stuff where Trump banned synthetics, he banned Delta 8 uh, federally, and then the Congress freaked out. That's because that's exactly what happened in Ohio. The governor of Ohio went, all right, this has gotten out of hand, and he banned all of it. And then the state Congress said, wait a second, you can't just ban it. Yeah, clog up in yeah, for sure. Yeah, you have to treat them with a lot of care. You have to store them properly. Yeah, you have to hit them properly and you have to store them properly because of what they are. If they're too hot, they'll hurt you. Um, so they have to be a temperature where they can condense around the hitter. Heard that, Chris. I don't know where either of those places is, but heard that. And for what it's worth, I'm actually good with the changes Ohio made and the intervention that the federal government that Trump made a couple of months ago. I'm actually good with all of these things because the Delta 8 was getting out of hand. Heard that, Skip? People were treating Delta 8 like it wasn't an intoxicant. So they were putting it in food, they were putting it in drinks, they were especially putting it in energy drinks. And then you were back into the cardio as far as heart health situation that we were in just about 10 years ago with actually it was about 15 years ago with Four Locos. And it wasn't even Four Locos that were the problem. It was the Red Bulls. It was Red Bull and Jaeger. Was it Are those called Jaeger bombs? It was those. Were dropping people dead, and Four Loco got the rap for it, but it was Red Bull and alcohol was dropping people dead, and so now we're back to putting depressants in a stimulant, and that fucks up your heart. Yeah, well, yeah, Woody, in places where Delta 9 is legal, they were putting Delta 9 in these things. They were putting Delta 9 depressants in everything, and people weren't treating it like it was an intoxicant. And so basically, neurologically, alcohol and weed have the same effect. So, for every reason that you shouldn't be intoxicated on alcohol at all times, you shouldn't be intoxicated on THC at all times. I am intoxicated on THC at all times, but I'm not operating heavy machinery like a vehicle. It was absolutely the Red Bull, Skylies. I'm not going to argue with you. I don't care what you think or what you don't think. But what was happening is people were drinking stimulants with their alcohol and it was destroying their heart. Well, Woody, if you're driving or operating a vehicle, you are a liability. Well, sure, driving while drunk is also fun. That's why people advocate for both all the time, and both kill people all the time. Both raise insurance premiums. Both require that new cars are defended against drunk and THC stoned drivers. And the other thing is that THC is a gateway drug because what happens is people get this idea that THC isn't as bad as other more debilitating intoxicants. So people will go, well, I have enough tolerance on THC that I can drive, so I'm also going to take this fentanyl and drive. It's absolutely an intoxicant. And weed is toxic. It absolutely does take into account that people are driving around on other drugs because I just said that people think that they have a tolerance to weed so they can get a tolerance to these other things and still drive. It is amazing that you guys are going to take the contra position that driving while intoxicated is okay. After all of I haven't even said the word kratom. Kratom is a stimulant. So no, it's not like heroin. No, THC is absolutely a gateway drug. Insurance premiums go up because of THC stoned drivers causing accidents. Yeah, absolutely. That's a fact. I've never used kratom. It's a stimulant, Chris. Well, it's not like being all drugged out. It is being all drugged out because it's a drug. It's a stimulant. Being alive is not a gateway drug. Well, Skylies, that's because you like stimulants and not depressants. Then just Google it, James. It's pretty fucking easy. Energy is means he's looking for stimulation. Yes, caffeine is a stimulant. Caffeine is a stimulant. That's why when you put caffeine, like in Red Bull, in and alcohol in a drink, and you overconsume both, you destroy your heart, not your brain. Well, Skylies, if it inspired you to stream, that means you're gonna leave, and so we both win. I never said that weed seeks users to find a stronger high, and that was never the argument. The argument was that normalizing weed would normalize other intoxicants. Probably very little. I don't know. I don't know anything about the effect of kratom on the body because I don't care. It's not a drug I have any interest in. THC absolutely makes you suggestive. There is a reason that women like to get stoned or have alcohol or get drunk before they fuck you, because they both contribute to dissolution of the ego. I wouldn't argue that, Donald or Ronald. No, I would not make that argument. Meth is a stimulant. I know about the drugs I use, Woody. It's a stimulant, Ray. I don't, well, I'm not making an opinion, Woody, and I don't care whether you take it or don't. Well, you think, therefore you are, Ronald. Well, that's not the order that I said them in, Hey Beaches. So if you're going to quote me in the order I said them in. I didn't say that I'm knowledgeable on the subject, Woody. I am knowledgeable specifically on what I'm talking about. Driving is dangerous, idiots. Driving is dangerous. Doing anything in addition to driving makes you a liability to the people around you. Arguing with the chat is a stimulant. Then please find the bus, Joey. I only use 2 drugs. I use nicotine and, well, I guess I use 3. I use nicotine, caffeine, sugar, if you count it as a drug, and THC. So I also use stimulants. Maybe I am, Hunter. I never claimed to be an expert. I'm fine. Yes, walking while high is dangerous. Drivers are probably high. If you can make it without drugs, you're an idiot. It's negative 10 degrees. No, I don't want a cup of coffee. It makes my pee stink. Sounds like you've got COVID, Anna. Sucks to suck, I guess. I suppose that fun is in the eye of the beholder. Beaches, or, bulk. What'd you do, Nicolay? Been where? Well, when you have a serious pelvic floor injury and partial incontinence, I don't want to smell my piss. Sucks to suck, Jesse. Nicolay, you're telling a story 2 words at a time that I've lost interest in, like 4 words ago. Well, I have, Jesse, and it sucks. Hello, Bomb. Hey, 4 words that time, Nicolay. I do, Smokey. This is winter number 2. Well, it's an excuse that a lot of people can make because they can hope for a class action lawsuit, Ray. Um, I've gone through withdrawals many times. Watch. Now I got about 30 minutes before I'm gonna get up. Absolutely, you withdraw from THC. Well, if you define sinful, Ronald, I'll answer that question. Other possessive? Smokey, I'm more likely to get brought down by your grammar and spelling than I am these people and the things they're saying. Now, he says, he'll know, not physically. But boy, if he can't spell benzodiazepines, you've been where I'm at? I'm not sleeping under people's trailers. It sounds, Jesse, like you've been in a place significantly worse than where I'm at, the kind of place that I would look down on and go, wow, that guy's a loser. I don't define sinful, Ronald. It's not a word I use. I don't know why we're advocating for THC as anything. Someone asked me if I had pain medication for my pelvic injury, and I said I smoke weed. I don't have a free phone. I don't need to deal with withdrawals. I'm not smoking weed. Yeah, that was the conversation 20 minutes ago, Geared Beard. We moved on. Ex-girlfriend pays for his phone. Now I'm gonna sit here for another half hour, and then I'm gonna go to the head shop, like I said at the beginning, Bomb. Weed absolutely has withdrawals. Well, it sucks to suck, Geared. I haven't focused on a single negative. I don't know what that is, Nicolay. Well, I've only been awake for fucking 50 minutes, Geared. You see it, CS. Do you think what you said was kind, Geared? If you think what you said was kind, you should just go and be kind to somebody else. You men have such little dicks. Geared Beard, you got a tiny cock, man. It's negative 10 degrees, Riz. Precisely, Audra. No, my injury is never going to heal. I am chilly. Geared Beard's going to talk about being a man because he's got a tiny cock. Yes, I'm in a tent, but it's spelled with an E. Tent with an I is color. Maybe my injury is just in my mind. Maybe my guts aren't hanging out. Maybe it doesn't hurt right now. Now, I'm not insulting personality. I'm insulting genitals, actually, rookie. You have a small cock, too. Well, my giant cock is still paying for my phone. I fucked her so well, she's still paying for my phone. Rita. I couldn't be an English teacher. I don't have the temperament for it. I'm not even insulting him. It's only an insult if you think having a little dick means something about you personally. My injury is a compound injury, but it was I wrecked my bike, which tore my ACL and began the pelvis injury, and then I gave myself saddle sores. And then a friend that I was letting blow me decided that he was going to just suddenly deep throat me out of nowhere while also closing his throat. So he threw all of his torso mass on that injury, and it just cascaded tears down my pelvic floor. I don't have the temperament for much, Ronald. That's correct. It wasn't a poor me situation. It was a stupid thing that I was trying in the rain. Yeah, it is what it is. And it's just gotten worse over time. It was manageable. I sought treatment, and 2 hospitals turned me away. 2 doctors. Hello, Bathy. I don't do shout outs that aren't requested in super chats. No, I'm not on disability. I am unemployable because I will freak the fuck out the first time any one of you motherfuckers talks to me like this in a customer service environment. I haven't worked since the end of 2020. You see it, Jordan. I'm not telling myself that. I am telling you that. I already found God. You need to find him, Pico. Your name means beak storm. Well, Washbird, you see how these idiots listen to me in a leadership role here. Why would they listen to me in a leadership role there? I've already got 15 years of experience in that I am rejecting because I am unemployable because of my personality. I'm not a good Christian, rookie. I'm not a Christian at all. No, I'm not Jewish, Moom. I don't need luck, Drew. I'm good. I'm up 3 scores in the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, man. I'm already winning. I would say that my parents are ignorant of me, Victor. My parents don't know me. Every few years, my dad will text me and tell me he's proud of me, but it doesn't mean anything to me. It sucks to be you, I guess, Mochi. Yes, life is a game. You never heard of game theory? I'm already winning, Pico. I'm not trying to get in the Hall of Fame. Bill Belichick made it very clear that winning is what matters. I'm not a parasite, Labola, and I don't know how you define career. Life is absolutely a game, Rita. Rita, I've already rejected everything about your worldview. Why are you still here? I don't need fame. No, I'm not climbing Mount Everest. I'm actually in a ravine. Again, Pico, your name means beak. It's hard to take you seriously. Why do I need a job, Jess? I'm a business owner. Shaggy Philalitheia, Jess. Don't be an idiot. Silverwolf, I own Shaggy Philalitheia. Don't be an idiot. It's actually not based on donations, Rita. I have a subscriber base. I draw a monthly income and YouTube pays me for this. I own a business. Yeah, it's crazy, Riz. They're paying me and don't even realize it. Well, Ron, tools have a use. You're just mud. Do you not know where you are right now, Jess? Are you this confused about everything? Mud doesn't have a use. I don't own YouTube. I own Shaggy Philalitheia. It's more than you make. I don't give a shit what any of you say, Pico. Don't tell me what to do, Elsa. Mud has its uses, but mud is not useful. I absolutely own Shaggy Philalitheia. I'm better than you, dude. Philalitheia means lover of truth. Mud is not useful. When you track mud through your mother's house, what she does not think is that you've just done something useful. Mud can be used, but mud is not useful. Know your fucking words. Before you're going to argue semantics with me, know what the fucking words even mean. Plants don't need dirt. There's no dirt in a hydroponic system. I own Shaggy Philalitheia. YouTube don't own me. I'm a private contractor. I'm probably about a 65 out of 100 on an IQ. If something can be used in a useful manner does not mean that the only thing that it is useful. Yeah, it is, Nicolay. If 100 is average, I'm about a 65. I don't know where my ex-wife is, Richard. Potatoes probably don't need dirt. No, I defined useful as a tool. I said if I'm a tool is useful. You are mud, is exactly what I said, and you idiots are trying to change the words in the order that I use them in so you can be right. Yes, she was a cheater, Richard. After it's been purified. I didn't say I'm proud of a 65. I'm just aware that I'm probably a 65. Scale of 1 to 10 is 6.5. I'm the one that told a story about getting a blowjob from a dude, Nicolay. Well, it's not like it was the first time, Nicolay. Well, he can't be gay if he has an ex-wife. That one hurt. The worst of my injury has actually come from that, the coughing. I do like cheese. I don't like burritos. I don't like dick in my mouth. I don't have a probation officer. Rita, I wouldn't shit you. You're my favorite turd. I don't have an opinion on God. I need to think there's a supreme being. Well, I don't want to be in a, well, I do want to be in a house that I'm paying for with my Patreon subscribers. But I got about 20 more minutes. Before before I'm gonna jet from this bitch. The process starts. Oh my god. Thank God I'm not smoking live resin right now. Jesus Christ. Live resin would just have me fucking hurting. Because it's so much more dense. So it just frees up. There we go. I don't have a woman taking care of me because women don't like my personality, Rita. They like my giant cock and they like my face, but they don't like my personality. They stare at me, but they get immediately intellectually and socially insecure around me. Instantaneous. Well, Rita. If it were a lie, it's one I say a lot. Hey, Jar. Well, believe it, Allison. No, I just said that women don't like me. They like to look at me, but they don't like to talk to me. They don't like my personality. I'm in Ohio, Alice. 50 bucks on Patreon, Moochie. My personality? This? Sure, you sub for 50 bucks on Patreon for 2 months. I'll send you a dick pic. It's -10. Last time I looked. Lunary. That's probably not a Y. Lunar. I'm not going to either, Jar. I don't have any desire to start a fire. So it's 3.5 inches long, but it's 4 inches wide. So turns out his dick looks like Epstein's, shaped like a lemon. Because it'll set my tent on fire, Bobby. Where do you think I would keep the fire? I could freeze. That is a consequence of being outside in -10 degree weather, yes. Don't want to make a fire. Bobby, I'm in a backpack tent. Made of tarp and netting. A single stray spark, and my home is gone like it never existed. Why the fuck would I take the risk? I had no plan to stream going to the shop. No. I didn't plan to have my hands outside of my jacket. It's cold. I'm in a ravine on the other side of a Coles, Bobby. I am certain that I walked from my tent to Panera while I was talking. I guess it was the day that you showed up after I arrived at Panera, maybe. I'm actually not by Walmart. Walmart is about an hour walk for me, or I have to take the bus. No, there's the Burger King is between me and Walmart. Home Depot does have some nice sheds. I'm sure that other people have considered sleeping in them. Okay, Bobby. I'm not worried about it. I am not afraid of you. Ohio, Captain. Any day is as good a die as any other. Why do I want to make a fewer? Oh, for sure, Lobola. I didn't plan to, Adam. Who said I don't want more for myself than this, Rita? I'm a business owner. Well, you'd have to define suffering, Bobby. That's what the Buddha said. Sort of. Life is suffering. I didn't say it was suffering. And games can be suffering. Have you ever watched the NFL? I said that Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, said that life is suffering. Lunar couldn't handle the suffering. Well, sure, but you'd have to define what suffering is, and you'd have to define it as it. You'd have to work your way toward proving or establishing, at least demonstrating. You can't prove anything without math, and suffering isn't. You're never going to come up with an equation for suffering, and if you do, I'm going to laugh in your face and tell you to go talk to somebody who gives a shit about your stupid fucking math problem. You have to define, demonstrate that suffering is also a universal bad. Well, booze is going to accelerate your hypothermia, Bobby. It's not going to actually make you warm. That's why people die in the winter all the time from cold that shouldn't kill them. Well, Mochi, you don't understand karma in the same way that the Buddha did. Maybe it is. Maybe you have to suffer through the fact that I understand the world in a different way than you do, Colors, and maybe that is suffering for you. Maybe that is suffering. Well, I'm not giving my opinion, Bobby. You know those little stadium padding chairs that you can get for like stadium, like bleacher seats? Somebody asked me what I'm leaning against. Marty. Do you know what I'm talking about? Those little padded things that people will get for bleacher seats? Well, you asked me if my opinion is that life is suffering and I gave you the Buddhas. That's not my opinion. So I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm answering your question, but I have never once given an opinion. I haven't said, well, in my opinion, I think that I'm going to vacillate on this. Never done that. I have courage and conviction in the things that I say. Rita, I don't know why I haven't already muted you. Everything you say is an insult to me. Maybe, Prime. Your logic just circled back around on itself and tried to suck its own dick, but I don't know what you're saying, but maybe. Rita needs dick slap badly. Yeah, pretty much, Rita. The effort would make my hands cold, frankly. You spelled here wrong. Not good, Dan. You really aren't very good, are you? If I have an opinion, but I don't really I don't form opinions. I seek consensus. That's called consciousness. Joshua, don't be the whatever police. Don't tell me what to do. I really wish you wouldn't. Not good. Right here, Joshua. I'm living right here. Will I explain what, Bobby? Consciousness? Yeah. Thomas Hobbes defined consciousness as when three or more adult human beings arrive at opinions which are isolated from fact and then bring those opinions to one another and share them until they arrive at consensus. And that consensus is called consciousness. You spelled here with an A. I am doing a cold plunge in a negative 10 degree tent. Call. Ohio, Joshua. I can't sit on a bike anymore, Nick. Does perspective mean everything or does perspective define everything, Pate? I don't want, baby. I probably could buy your DoorDash face. Ohio is not where potatoes are. I try not to have dreams, Bobby. Idaho is where potatoes grow, yes. I've never seen Bigfoot, no. If you say so, Joshua. Would it, Prime? Or are those opposite things? Did the thing that I say, is it the exact opposite of what you said? that it contradict yours so thoroughly that yours can't be if mine is. That's called a mutual contradiction. It's a binary 1-0 state. If it's a superposition of both things, it's not anything. My father was Army, Mochi. No, I do not want to play Roblox, Nicolay. If you say so. He used to beat my ass, Mochi. Because I'm not a child, Nicolay. I don't disagree, BB. The last fun thing I did, I played Final Fantasy VIII last night. We finished disc 1. I I stood and let Idea beat on me with her spells for as long as she could until I drew all of the magic that I felt like from her, and then I let Renoa kill her with a limit break. So that was pretty awesome. I thought that was fun. Are you asking me how to pronounce Philalitheia? Older than God? What's not older than I am? I was like 10 years old when that game came out. Yeah, I was in Panera yesterday. I'm going to go to Panera here. Actually, I was going to end this stream 8 minutes ago. Why do I have to have a message or a purpose, J Rello? I'll be live all day. Intermittently, I'm going to go to the head shop. Yeah, I'm going to go down to Panera Manila. No, I've never been outside of either North Carolina or Ohio. Yeah, I'm waiting on 10 o'clock. The conversation is too good, and there are too many people here now to just end it. And it's starting to warm up outside. So I'm going to go down to the head shop. They open here in 10 minutes. Yeah, business is good. I made $100 yesterday. Actually, I made $115 yesterday. Thank you for sharing, Joshua. Mud is decidedly not a tool. Okay, Rita. Yesterday, I only ended up needing like 28 of it. I don't even think I spent that much of it. I think I only spent $24 yesterday, 23, something like that. I'm going to end up spending like 70 of it today, but still. I made enough money yesterday to take care of what I need to take care of today. I don't understand why that. Yeah, you absolutely. I believe that about you, right, Rita? I believe that you are a psychiatrist. I believe that. You are scum of the fucking earth, and I believe that about you. I believe it. I believe that you, a psychiatrist, would sit here and try to get me to crash out on you. I believe that 100%. There's nothing less that I believe about you. You are scum of the fucking earth. Rita is a crime against humanity. And I believe that about her. I believe that she's a psychiatrist. I believe that 100%. Usually when people show up and they try to pull the oh, I'm going to psychoanalyze Shaggy thing, I don't actually believe when they claim to be psychologists. I believe that they're undergrads who want me to believe that they're masters. No, no, no. Rita, I believe that Rita prescribes medication. I believe that. I believe that what Rita does is she brings people into her office and she pretends to listen for an hour and then she gives them mind-numbing medication so that next time what she's listening to is dissociative soup so she can dissociate to it. I believe that about her. She's the worst kind of person. Yep. I believe that about you, Rita. I believe that. It takes about 5 seconds, so I'll give you about 15 to figure it out. My patience for suffering, you idiots, has run at an end. Again, about 15 seconds. My patience has hit a wall. There we go. BB figured it out. We either move on or I move on with my day. I had made it very clear for about an hour that the mutes were coming. I'm streaming from Ohio. Not good, Dan. Yeah, I'm going to go down to the head shop and then I'm going to go up to Panera. I had planned to be leaving for the head shop 15 minutes ago. Everyone that just got the axe knew that, and they were deliberately wasting my time. And I don't know what part of you aren't my fucking kids So you don't get to waste my time. You don't understand. You being the general audience. But you aren't my children. You don't get to waste my time. Mud is a resource. You fucking idiot. When you refine it into a tool, it can be a tool. But mud is a resource. You fucking idiot. You aren't even resourceful enough to dig through the words that you have to search for another. I don't know what that means, Manela. Oops, I just hit a button that I didn't mean to hit. Oh, what happened here? Oh my. What has my blanket just done? Does anybody know what this is? What I have done? Oh, I see what I've done. It's just turned my camera around. Bingo. Okay. No, I don't have a girlfriend any longer. She broke up with me a couple weeks ago. The future is bleak, but we push on. About 16 months. This is winter number 2. I started in September of the year before last, 2024. Just conserving energy now. My weed is frozen, so I can no longer smoke it. Thankfully, I got stoned before. Now I'm just getting the last way motivated toward putting my feet in frozen shoes, which is the worst part of all of this. I've been streaming since maybe 2 months, 3 months, maybe the month before I became homeless, before I chose homelessness in the way that I have. I was living with a woman, and this channel is maybe 2.5 years old. It's coming up on 3 years, actually. And I started doing live readings. I called it hate reading. I was doing that. So I've been streaming since maybe 2 or 3 months before I became homeless. And then I had to work back to it because I had a laptop then. And I had to work back. I would say that my health is suboptimal, Aaron. It's the idea, BBY. Well, frozen weed won't smoke, so... And when it does, it burns too much. It's pretty warm, Craig. YouTube decided to hit me with the algorithm today. 30 is a lot of people for me, and it was a lot more than that earlier. So it doesn't make sense to turn down growth opportunities, especially if that growth opportunity is the opportunity to spend a little bit more than I normally would at Panera. Well, I'm not in Pennsylvania, so I don't know. Rita got banned because she was trying to subvert my channel. Thank you, BB Boy. I don't really need to know that, but thank you. I don't really like knowing who's going to unsub tomorrow, but thank you. The real feel is -3. Heard that, Paul. Yeah, so the head shop just opened, so I can put my shoes on and run to the bus. I'm not going to run anywhere, but hustle up to the bus and stand there and be cold. And what day is today, actually? If today's fucking Saturday, the bus isn't running. I'm just walking down there. No big deal. I heard that. BBY. Oh. I wouldn't say that anything is good, Tim. It's just where I find convenient electricity. I do have a Patreon. I can take chat for a walk. It's going to depend on my hand warmer, frankly, because it's -10 degrees. And so if I'm taking you for a walk, that means that at least one of my hands is outside of my jacket the whole time. So if once I'm done warming up, thawing out the inside of my shoes, if my hand warmer still has sufficient battery, maybe. But I haven't, no. Would you be interested in joining my cult, Nathan? I haven't made any money today, so putting myself at physical risk of losing my fingers with no money forthcoming is a bad business venture. For those who've been watching, it's like going down to level, it's like fighting those damn green slimes, knowing that you don't have any way of dealing with poison and wizardry. Thank you, Chris. That counts. I can bet on the future with those gifts. I do have a Cash App. I have PayPal, Patreon, Venmo. It's all the links are in my description. Those green slimes, yeah, when you're first starting out, wizardry is just a new terrible fucking surprise every level, every floor once you go down. I love it. I really do. But like, think about the future before you go to the next level. Think about what you know about the level you're on before you return to it, like these things. It is way too cold. It's -10. Not good. Oh. Every homonym you just get wrong. Do you do that on purpose? There's no way. I just find it impossible that you never learn that there's a difference. Good news? I don't know what you would expect to be good news. It should be Shaggy Philalitheia, but it's all in my I've made it very convenient for you. It's all in my yeah, -10 Fahrenheit. It's all in my description. The last good thing that happened to me was Mr. S bought me a bunch of games yesterday. It's very cold, Sassy. But I made the money yesterday. We can all in the chat stop and thank Mr. S and typical Rach if we want. But I made enough money yesterday that I was able to get a large fry and chicken tenders from Wingstop. So I had the calories and I had the carbohydrates literally in my belly all night long. And I remembered to charge my hand warmer. So I'm not joking about this being a block of ice, by the way. The padding down here, this is a block of ice. Last night it was a total block of ice. You can see where it's melted. You can see where that ice melted. Where this is where my feet were. I put my hand warmer right there. You probably can't see it particularly well where you are, but this is where my feet are. And this is a sheet. This was last night when I came into the tent. This was heavy with ice. Ugh. So I'm talking about preparing for your environment. I had the electric hand warmer, and if I wanted to today, I have enough money because of, again, Mr. S and typical rage, that I could go down and buy another hand warmer. My favorite song changes. I listen to songs regularly. So right now I don't have a favorite song that I'm listening to. I have favorite songs by bands, but those can change depending on my temperament. I have pathological. I have bipolar type 2, uh, the proof lady. So my favorite song changes depending on which cycle I'm in, which stage of my cycles I'm in. And yeah, the condensation on the mustache would be embarrassing to someone else, so I'll deal with it. Okay, Paul. It should be my handle. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm trying to be as as forthright and concise as possible. At any given moment, I have a lot of people talking to me. If I have biological children, she would be 18 right about now. And if she's mine, her mom does not want me to know that. So she probably doesn't. My mother is schizophrenic. It runs in my family. My grandmother is schizophrenic. It runs in the family, and it is something I am concerned about. It's something that I have been internally self-checking for 30 years. Hello, Dylan. How often do I think about Rome? Every day. That should be it, Paul. I'll double check right now so I'm not jerking you around. Yeah, it should be the hashtag Shaggy Philalitheia. It should be my username. That's not how you'll find my Patreon. It's still VK Dennis. I did that deliberately. Not everything that I do there is associated with what I'm doing here. Some of it is work from before I was Philalitheia. I am staying warm, Noah. Thank you, Paul. It doesn't have to be much. The other day, someone sent me $2, and it turned out that $2 was what I needed to eat that day. So every single cent counts. Like yesterday, I between the last 24 hours, right? I opened my that should be Noah, yes. Um, I opened my YouTube studio and I went to the earnings and I made 36 cents yesterday in ad revenue. 36 cents is 36 more cents than I had the day before. And if you haven't been watching the channel, and I know none of you has, but last year at this exact time, what I would have been doing with this exact time was playing games on Scrambly and Just Play, to pay for play apps, making pennies per minute, pennies per hour, in order to gather up $20 so I could go buy weed today. That was every Saturday. I cashed out every Friday evening about 20 bucks. 20 bucks, and then if games had big promos where you could make a lot of money quick, I would take that and I would hoard it, and I would buy weed with it. And that's how I lived the first calendar year of this. It took me the first calendar year of homelessness to get monetization. So when I see that 36 cents, it's the same reward. It's the same microeconomy. And so I'm good with small amounts. I don't need anybody. I need someone for the proof of concept, but I don't need any of you to feel like, unless God is speaking directly to you, that it's your calling, like you need to come and change my life. It does keep my mind right. No. The churches in this town, the one rejected me outright. Well, to get back on my feet, I'm going to need about $1,500 a month, baby bean. It's not going to be a bulk sum. I'm not trying to, like, I'm not trying to buy some plot of land and put a shed on it and live a miserable life. I'm just trying to get into a studio apartment. No, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Talon. I'm in Ohio. I'm actually in Zanesville, Ohio. I'm just about an hour east of Columbus, which if you know anything about Ohio, Ohio is Cleveland and Cincinnati, and Columbus is in the middle, and I'm right over here. It's shaped like a big rectangle, sort of. That's why I need $1,500 a month, Nicholas. It's not about a lump sum. $1,500 a month covers rent and utilities. Does none of you think this way? Has none of you ever gone, okay, so in order for me to move out at my parents' house at 18, I need to make $1,500 a month. I'm just saying it's very strange. I'm out there grinding right now, Patrick. That's what I've been saying. I know I didn't heart that. I got my hand out and then I got confused. Thank you, Talon. Thank you. Yeah, Tim. That should be the correct spelling. Make me capture. I don't know why young people think the internet is for them. Scientists developed the internet so they could communicate with one another. The internet is for geezers. If it weren't for geezers paying for the porn you steal, there would be no internet. I've been on the internet since before you were born, bitch. Our Father in heaven loves me more than he loves you, Noah. You're in Coshocton, Amber? Keep the jokes to myself. I don't need a home. A shower, a spare pair of pants, a new pair of underwear. Would be nice. Hey, hope for the best is better than what most people do. You just call me Shaggy. Phil's also fine. It's negative 10 degrees here, Vito. It's warmer now that the sun is out. It's probably closer to -5, probably closer into the single digits now, but it was fucking cold. It's not a truck shop here, and I'm not showering in public. I'll shower in a woman's house or I'll shower in mine. I'm not showering in public. Yeah, it's cold. It's bitter cold. But one of the things that people who have never existed in cold like this, one of the things they can't fully understand is that the difference in 32 degrees and -10 degrees is how quickly you die. how quickly things freeze, like how quickly my breath condensates in my mustache. It doesn't feel colder. I'm aware that it's cold because if I were to like take all of this off, my face would begin to freeze very quickly. I walked to Panera yesterday, and by the time I got there, my beard was just ice. And then a guy wanted to give me shit about how it was the condensation of my speaking that created that. Yeah, for sure. But the air in Ohio is also wet enough that it condensated in the beard. Yeah, I'm not showering in public, and I'm not going to explain this to you, Bill. I have something called dignity, and I have this other thing called sexual trauma, and I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. I'm going to enjoy a hot shower in the confines of a home that I have provided for myself with my labor, or that I'm going to repay the kindness for with oral sex. Otherwise, no. I also have pathological demand avoidance and absolutely no problem telling strangers no. Unequivocally no. So the harder you push, the more resistant I get. I become a non-Newtonian fluid in that way. I have taken cop showers, and that's why I am saying no. No. Yes, I would trade a woman oral sex. I would eat her out for her shower. But otherwise, I'll just earn it. You've never heard of sexual favors? Reciprocity? You have already offended, Bill. Well, I have a home. And I don't know, why can't it be during, Curtis? She'd want it to be after I showered and laundered, though. I stink. And my hair is dirty. My body wipes are frozen. So I haven't been able to shower since it started to get cold. I haven't been able to bathe properly. So I stink. Hello, Bree. I contain it, but you wouldn't want to sit on my lap. Not for long. We're starting to get thaw. Enough thaw that it's leaking into the tent, which is fine. It's the condensation actually that's thawing. It's damp. People don't truly appreciate how wet it is in Ohio. And I had an opportunity to show you, but I hid from it because it was what I told you it was going to be. Anybody who's watching the channel long enough, this fall I was showing you that the clouds form at ground level. It's called fog, sure, but it's a cloud, is what it is. And I was showing you what it looks like as it was forming, and I was walking back to the tent throughout the fall. That happened, and when it freezes, they call it freezing fog. But what it is you're inside a forming cloud of snow. And so it doesn't really fall, it's just there. It just like materializes in the sky above where you can see, and then it just kind of drifts to the ground or whatever, but it usually gets caught up in the wind because it's fog, and so it's just blowing everywhere. It doesn't really accumulate or do anything. And I got the hell out of it. I went and sat down in Wingstop. Take care, BB. but it happened. I kept telling you guys all summer and fall, spring, that it was gonna happen. It was gonna look cool and awesome, but it was gonna be something I didn't want to be in, because I did not want to be in all that wind. Yeah. This jacket and my pants are wind resistant. They're wind wicking, but they get cold. They get cold externally, and so that cold does begin to leach into the layers beneath them, and so that starts to leach into me, because the cold wins. Cold always wins. Yeah, the winter is not a joke. And then yeah, I live even away from all those buildings in Columbus, and yeah, Columbus is flat. That wind, man. Why the quotations? Built. Who are you quoting? Whom are you quoting? Hey, Bob, what's up? Three and hey, 3/4 inches of driving snow in Georgia is a lot. We still have 12 just sitting on 12 inches of snow sitting on the ground. Colorado, yeah. I don't know who Damien Jurado is. Um, Built. I'm doing just fine, Bob. Making a little bit of money. TF. Thank you. And Tim, thank you. Talon and Tim, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you very much. I have made a little bit of money. 3 to 4 inches. Heard that. That's a lot. I quote myself all the time. Probably. I paraphrase myself all the time. Thank you, gentlemen, for the donations. I appreciate it. I think of them as tips. I worked service. I worked table service for a very long time. So I think of them the same way. As you're leaving, you just drop something on the table, whatever you have. Thank you. I appreciate it. Be well. Go with God. All those things. Whatever you want to hear. The more I get to know you, the better I can tell you the things that you want to hear, or the things that you need to hear. The better I can earn my keep, earn what you've already given. Thank you, genuinely. As the day warms up, and as I absolutely was using the chat, somebody said in the chat they were being facetious, they were being a dick, but they said earlier that arguing with the chat is a stimulant. It is. I woke up and the first thing I did was I just battered my brain against people that were making bad faith arguments to orient my neurons toward the day. Whoo! -30 is cold. Yeah, well, we've got this glacial, it's like a glacial storm. So basically, a wind blew off a giant mountain of ice, and that wind is just moving across the planet. Uh, so yeah, jumps in temperature like that are normal. You support the veterans? Heard that, Tim. I'm the product of a veteran. Hello, Carrie. You guys chased away Amber. You didn't actually want sex from Amber, and then you made it weird. Seems so, Lobola. I just can't. I, I can't help but notice that your name has the same lob as lobotomy in it. My life hasn't gone wrong yet. You support veterinarians? Spay and neuter your children. I mean, your pets. I don't think Bob Barker would have been as beloved if he met your children. Most of you did neuter your daughters, though. Thank you, guys. I made $22 today. I don't think my life is going wrong. My weed just paid for itself. So if I decided to bebop down to Taco Bell like an asshole and get a burrito and then stand at the bus stop and eat my burrito like a dickhead in front of the the PetSmart or whatever it's called, yeah, that doesn't sound like it's gone wrong to me at all. I probably can. I'm not going to unless that shows up as a super chat. I don't take requests except by super chat or Cash App, PayPal notification, maybe even maybe Venmo shows me notifications. Maybe you can send chats on Venmo. I don't remember. I can. I'm not going to unless the request shows up in a super chat or a Cash App notification or a PayPal or Venmo notification. Don't buy me a coffee. That company, I don't know about them. They accused me of laundering money, which I didn't like. That made me feel some kind of way. Oh, yeah, you'll see me again. You'll see me again, Bob. Don't even worry, man. I think I've made my why very clear, Ryan. If you loved her, you'd buy it. Money would be no obstacle to show how much you love her. Otherwise, you're the one begging. Yeah, but you're begging. You're the one begging for entertainment. Doesn't love his sister. Clearly. Candace doesn't exist. There is no birthday. The birthday is a lie. The birthday is the cake, and the cake is a lie. Did you guys learn nothing from the meme? Did you learn nothing from the meme? No, my dream girl doesn't exist. My dream girl, you guys know that Donald Glover. That's his name, right? That Donald Glover bit where he says that his dream girl is a girl who likes butt stuff but doesn't have daddy issues. Yeah, that girl doesn't exist. I don't know that my parents would give a shit, Robula. My parents were abusive and told me until I graduated from high school that they hated me and wished they never had me, and that I was the reason that everything in their life had gone wrong. So I don't think my parents, frankly, give a shit. And so I'm standing on the other side of that whole bubble. Like I stand on the outside of that and I look in and I wonder why you give a shit whether your parents are proud. I don't know what my parents are doing right now. My mother is probably sucking dick behind a Walmart like she used to. And my dad is slowly dying of the stress he puts himself under with that woman. So who knows? I probably was, Lobola. I'm not, Jar. If I hadn't gone through it, you wouldn't have met me. I am certain they don't wish me well. My mother never wished me well. My father refused to fill out my FAFSA so I could go to college. My parents do not wish me well. My parents resent me. Any success that I may find in my life, my parents are going to resent. So again, I stand on the outside of that conversation. I stand on the outside of that thing between parent and child, and I wonder why any child gives a shit whether their parents are proud. My parents are jealous. Envious is the correct word. I don't think about my parents unless people bring them up. That's why I say I don't even know what they're doing. I don't know where they are. I don't know anything about them. The last I heard about my dad is he's a paraplegic. He's in a wheelchair. I don't know. They're not involved in my life. Neither of them has reached out knowing that I live in this tent in this weather. Neither of them has reached out. Neither of them watches the channel. They don't give a shit. I understand that, Jar, but I would politely decline the offer. I've walked that path. I know how that ends. I know how it ends. My best friend in high school let me crash in his basement for a few months uh, after the woman that I thought was the one uh, I had to kick out of my life. Um, and now he's not in my life either. So no, thank you. If I keep you at a distance, you will at least remain at that distance. Um, I I aspired to do a lot of things, Amber. Wright State University and Ohio Northern University accepted me on full ride academic scholarships. Um, they both, I wouldn't accept. Ended up going to Wright State, but I was going to decline the offer unless they let me declare my major um, as a freshman, and the offer that they gave me was not just acceptance to the university, but acceptance into the College of Psychology. So I skipped the first 2 years of university as a freshman at accepting going to this school. So I was gonna go and I was gonna get a PhD in psychology. With Wright State, I was gonna get a dual PhD in philosophy. Because I understood that psychology is a sub school of philosophy, so I wanted to be versed in the metadata, the meta knowledge. And then if I went to Ohio Northern University, which was my actual plan, I was going to do psychology, and they have that's a Methodist university. They have a seminary, so I was going to go through Methodist seminary, um, get my PhD in theology and psychology. So same things. Maybe see, maybe, and then the plan was to get a PhD in history. I wanted a specialization in the ancient world, the the late Stone Age. I'm not trying to retain viewers, Dan. And this isn't a we. You're not a producer, buddy. Not because I'm a Methodist. I'm not even a Christian. At the time, I was an atheist. Thank you, James. Welcome. I haven't seen you around in a while. At the time, I was a devout and angry atheist, in fact. I don't know about classic, but yeah, sure. Classic is usually the classical era, one would say. But yeah, that's I wanted to know. So I was in my I dropped out actually. I dropped out after 6 weeks at Wright State. And the reason I dropped out is because I was in the master's history, my master or not master's, the what's it called when you're gifted? AP, advanced placement. I was in an AP History 101 class, and the woman was talking about her research into Mycenaean and Minoan digs, and she was using Mycenaean and Minoan interchangeably. So she was calling the Mycenaean the Minoan, and it was really upsetting me. So I dropped out. Maybe, pray. Maybe, Bill. Maybe. I don't know how to answer that question. Seek to fly. How does one answer what is your theology? Have you read, have you visited even the Summa Theologica of Thomas Aquinas? It's something like 9 books. Maybe it's only 6 books. The Enneads is 9 books. That was Plotinus's theology. Have you ever visited theology? Do you know how many words that is? Well, where do you think a short walk is going to arrive me, Dan? The walk that I'm gearing up for is going to take an hour. If you buy me a diesel heater, I'm going to pawn it immediately. I don't have a neighborhood, Dan. Shaggy Philalitheia is what this channel is about, Christine. I'm a shaggy dog storyteller, and Philalitheia is my religion. I don't have an ideology. Seek to fly. I'm in a ravine near the woods. Well, near a wooded patch of land. I wouldn't say it's the woods. I would say it's a smallish copse of trees. Hello, Christine. Sucks for that guy. Bill. I'm not named Shaggy. I am a shaggy dog storyteller. I wouldn't say it's just outside the city, no. It would take me about 3 hours to walk into the city proper. It's about a half-hour bus ride. What does what mean? I am vaping, yes. A shaggy dog storyteller is a storyteller who tells long and winding stories that are disconnected in their plot structure and narrative, have no ending, and mean nothing. No, I wouldn't say I'm in town either. It takes me about an hour to walk to town. Which is why my next walk that I'm preparing for is about an hour. Dan is waiting for the Discord to be more populous, or at least to have more turnover. An hour. Snow doesn't slow me down. It just makes me hurt more when I'm done. I don't know who Jose Sanders is. But I feel like his best co-host would be someone named Hoseby. Like maybe Jose Sanders and Hoseby Planers. That would probably be the move. Never been on a train. Probably Lobula. I've already said I'm a 65 IQ. Good for him, Dan. Oh, my bad, Bill. I didn't know. All right. We are almost ready. It's cold out there. I am not looking forward to putting my shoes on at all. No, I feed a mice. I feed a mice. I feed a mouse. That motherfucker. I didn't have. I didn't open this bag of chips to put out a single chip for him, so he had a snack last night. And I didn't open this bag of pepperoni I have so I could give him some pepperoni last night. So he's crawling all over the tent, crawling all over me, trying to get me to give him food. You too, Mark. 71. Good job, Dan. That's a passing grade. Not going to get a cat. I'm not going to get a mouse. I'm not going to get a rat. There's a rabbit who hangs out around here, and there's a mole who, if he survives the winter, lives under the feet of my tent, and there's a mouse. I don't want him to eat the mouse. I don't want him to hurt Lucas. I feed Lucas. I just didn't give him any food last night because I didn't have any. Well, I had some. I just wasn't going to open it just for him. He'll understand someday when he's older. I've been out here for about 16 months. It's probably closer to 17 now that we're in January. Actually, we're in February, aren't we? Yeah, the Lucas, I'm not usually awake. He doesn't come out until I turn my light off and I lay down. Have I saved? I guess that depends on what you mean by saves. Savings, or saved with your money. It was cold this late last year too. It was cold deep into I want to say it was cold into April, but definitely into March. It was cold last year for a really long time. And like this, we didn't get dumps of snowfall. So we don't remember them if it's not just dumping snowfall so much that the city is shutting down. Cities across the planet are shutting down. We don't remember it. But it was cold. It stayed consistently cold. It just didn't get this cold. It didn't bottom out this much last year. Well, I don't know. A studio apartment here is $1,100. Actually, it's closer to $1,500, but we'll just say $1,100 because it'll go down. Um, for the spring, they'll have move-in stuff. So let's say $1,100, and I've been here for 16 months. So 11 times 16 is whatever that is. And is that 176? It's $176,000 that I haven't spent. Happy Saturday, Harmony. How are you? I don't know about so cold it won't snow. I'm just saying that we tend to remember the winters where it dumps a lot of snow and ice on us. We don't tend to remember them for just being cold for a really long time. We tend to put out of our mind and just go about our lives when it's just cold. Hi, Wendy. That's kind of what I was asking, Labola, because that's a weird way of thinking about it. That's not how I would have thought about saving money. That's not a very economical way to think about saving money either. It's why so many people are unemployed. Oh, look how much money the company is saving by not having its employees. Yeah, okay, but look how much money you're not making by turning away customers. I don't know whether that's true or not, Tim. It may or may not be. I'm not contradicting you. I'm telling you that I can't speak to the subject matter. I don't know. I can neither confirm nor deny Tim's claim that it stops snowing at -40. I don't know. You're probably right. I could understand that the lack of pressure would no, I'm not unemployed. I'm a business owner. Probably Dan. Um but I would need elective surgeries in order to actually be a model. Please be more like me, but don't be me, Nathan. I'm the only me. There's really only room for one of us. Have you seen that movie Time Cop? Hmm? Well, my teeth are all fucked up. My teeth are crooked. My nose is seriously broken and crooked. My face is just crooked. I would need corrective surgeries in order to be a model. I would have to have corrective surgeries to make my face actually symmetrical. No, I'm not a dealer. I was playing frisbee with a boomerang when I was in kindergarten. It's really not though. My face isn't actually symmetrical. I'm looking at you at a modified 3/4 perspective. It's more like a 4/5. I'm not looking at you straight on. This side of my face is caved in. So if you were to see it from this angle, this side of my face is very crooked. No. We thought it was a frisbee, and I thought I was going to catch it like this, and I knew better. I knew to move. My body was telling me to just move, but I didn't want to chase it because I was 5, and so I thought I was going to catch it like this, and I did catch it like that, but it was a boomerang, and I didn't understand angular momentum yet, so it swung around and hit me in the face. I own Shaggy Philalitheia, Mark Green. And it wasn't a kid's boomerang either. It was a fucking wooden boomerang. It was my own fault. We didn't know any different. It aches in the cold too. I'll tell you, it does. It hurts in the cold right here. Well, yeah, it stoved me right here in the cheek and the nose. So it broke all these bones in my little 5-year-old face. It just crushed all of that. And then it just healed. You can really see it. I mean, it's badly broken and crooked. Caved in right there. I had to file my YouTube business when I monetized. I had to file with the IRS. So this is a business. This is a small business. No, I don't have a girlfriend. She broke up with me a couple weeks ago. I'm not really taking applications. I actually make $124 a month. And I've cashed out at least $150 from YouTube since July. So that's $250 a month. I know, Bill. I know. It's more than you make, Jack. How much does your idle time generate? That right there? That's what women call little dick energy. Tiny cock. That right there? Micro cock. Lobola too. Micro cock. They couldn't hit a cervix if they tried. Um, Tim, I spend all day, every day on YouTube. Hi, Chris. What is YouTube but a giant "this is broken" when it's actually beautiful circle jerk? What is politics? What has this chat mostly been? All day, every day. Just bombarded with people telling me that things are either broke when they're not or fixed when they're badly broken. You can't scroll through you can't scroll through YouTube without being bombarded with people telling you that Final Fantasy VII is the best in the series. Wrong. It's the worst of the first 11. 10 and 10-2. 10-2 counts, but it's a separate game. 11. The 11th game, by name, can fuck all the way off. All of them after it aren't Final Fantasy. And anybody telling you that Final Fantasy 15 is a Final Fantasy is an asshole who just wants you to play Final Fantasy 7. I don't know, Tim. I'm working magic right now. I've gotten strangers to participate in whatever the hell it is I'm doing. That's magic. Magic is defined by the participation. The ritual is the ritual. Can't have a ritual if nobody's participating. You think it's a card game? You think what's a card game, Bill? Many things are analogous to card games. That's why I was playing Balatro yesterday. Magic? Maybe it is. Maybe that's why magicians use cards. Maybe that's why card games were developed by seers. Doesn't Sears Roebuck not exist anymore? Didn't Sears collapse? It's starting to get warm enough that I'm thinking that I can talk myself into doing this, that it won't be as miserable as it's gonna be. It's gonna be so fucking miserable. My feet are gonna be so cold. I don't know about the guild making anybody disappear. That sounds like a medieval fairy tale. But if you want to exist in a medieval intellectual milieu, you can do that. There's a corner of the internet for you. People still read Madame Blavatsky and take it seriously. Very cold in those shoes. It's cold enough to make my hands go numb. Just putting the hand warmer in the shoe, probably not ready to put my feet in there. I'm sure you're making a Arrested Development reference that I'm largely overlooking. Let's see. No. This is my favorite part of this experience. Did my bottle of water survive the night? No, it did not survive the night. I have water rocks I can do absolutely nothing with. Oh, man. So I got to go to the Dollar Tree before I start my walk. I got to make sure I'm hydrated. So that means I probably should have noshed on that bag of chips. Not putting my hands in my shoes. I'm putting my hand warmer in my shoes. My hands aren't going to do shit. My body's going to go, it's cold there, and stop sending blood flow to my hands. Y'all don't understand biology. Actually, it is a kind of rock that's smokable. You can vaporize water. The frequency with which y'all reach to crack rock jokes indicates the source of the things that you're bringing to the conversation. Built to Chill, you don't seem to understand much. I don't have hot heads, and I don't remember complaining about anything. Yeah, cold feet for an hour is not ideal. I'm sure I could make a fire if I wanted to make a fire. Why do I want to make a fire? I'm preparing to leave. Making a fire is the kind of thing you do when you're preparing to stay. I don't remember moaning. I remember laughing. I remember saying, this is my favorite part of the morning. Did any of this survive as water so I can drink it before I leave the tent? And then laughing. I don't remember moaning. You figured wrong, Tim. You don't know a lot of things, nonconformist, but you still speak. Probably nothing made a man make fire. Probably curiosity and a biological drive to mastery compelled man to master fire. I'm pretty sure that the chemical reaction that results in combustion was happening before man. I don't remember moaning. I remember laughing, thinking it's funny, and then saying that I need to go up to the Dollar Tree and buy a water before I leave. I remember saying that. You seem to know nothing, nonconformist. In fact, everything that you observe seems to be tinged with a mean-hearted and ugly bias. Your interpretations seem to be wrong at bias. Well, yeah, a nonconformist can't actually agree with consensus. It's actually not admirable because a nonconformist can't conform even to their convictions if somebody else conforms to them. They're a shifting, amorphous blob of emotion. Reaction. Stimulus response, stimulus response, stimulus response. That's not admirable at all. That's what plants do. Anyone can do that. Well, yeah, so are you, Bill. Your posing is built to chill. You're all posturing. You're the only one who suggested that we stop and observe you being a botanist. You would have to have posed for the camera. Look, I'm a botanist. In order for us to even know. I don't think you know what posing means. I really don't think you know what anything means. Like there's just a stunning dearth of understanding that shows up posing as knowledgeable in my chat, posing as expertise. I talked about this yesterday. There's just a stunningly low bar of personal excellence for claims of mastery. You can claim to be anything. You can posture as anything. And the bar for personal excellence to be accepted as what you're posing as is staggeringly low. Staggering. Like when I had 60 people in the chat, if you were to take a microphone around and just pause on those 60 people and take a microphone around and ask any one of them if they knew me, knew the channel, you'd get 0% hit rate. Hi, Punch D. You get a 0% hit rate if you just did it at random. I believe that about you, Bill. That's why I continue to ask why you give a shit what your parents think about you. You don't think about them. Why did you shape yourself to their opinion of you? You don't even know it. You don't actually know. You didn't ask, hey, what would make you love me the most? If I what behavior pattern would make you love me most? You never asked. You never observed them for the answer. You just guessed blindly until you arrived at botany. What if the thing that would have made them most proud is if you just asked? What then? What about the rainforest? What about the price of bread in China? What do all these rocks and trees have to do with me? Do you do what's best for family? Says who? A Chilean Brazilian woman who was raised part of her life in New York asked me what the fuck it is about Americans kicking all their kids out at 18. Why are you hoping, luxury, and why are you not working? My dad used to say to me when I was a very small child, he used to say to me, wish and want and hope and desire and dream in one hand, and just take a big fat shit in the other and see which one's going to fill up faster. The Buddha said that that desire Desire is the root of all suffering. I don't know, Bill. When I was 6 years old, he was most certainly not a paraplegic. He was a 24-year-old Army vet. And from my perspective, 6'2" may as well have been a mountain, may as well have been the entire house. I don't know how those two things reconcile, T. Mitchell. America's been gay for a while. I don't know if you spend much time on the internet. Is growing up hard? It's definitely not closeted. Many things are good. Hello, Vanished. I am not in Minnesota, no. I got what? I know these things. Not as strong as I was 10 years ago. Did you see people in chat talking MAGA earlier? I didn't see people in the chat talking MAGA earlier. You might have seen somebody say "Make America Gay" again. That's not the same MAGA you're thinking. I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people that knows that you're full of shit immediately. Yeah, summoning. We are not doing hot dogs tonight, and there's no camp. Well, Harmony, I didn't call him a cocksucker, so I wasn't as judgmental as you think. Yes, sir. Trying to get somebody to sit on it. I see. We are not going to do anything, Cameron. Well, it's pretty judgmental. Gotta pass the time somehow, Sameng. I don't think Trump is bad, Tiger. I don't know what your problem is. I tried to vote for him, but I wasn't allowed to. That's a judgment. It remains a judgment. You're a lesser kind of man if you enjoy doing that. I said it because I was reading somebody else saying it. I wish you would find the door, Cameron. Okay, Punch. It sounds like you began your play on a poor gambit, lost, and had to start over at the beginning. I have two doors, Cameron. Three conceptual ones, if you include the conceptual ones. Yeah, Tiger, you don't realize much. You just fucking start talking. How judgmental of you. Cameron's the kind of dude that everywhere he goes, he thinks he's the life of the party, but really all he gets is elicited sighs, bemusement. I don't know who Michael Shannon is. No, I've never got that, Amber. How are you supposed to know anything, Tiger? Yeah, I can see the resemblance. I would say Sterling Sharp, but yeah, I can see the resemblance to Sterling Sharp. Three degrees of gay joke. Well, I can get there too. It's not hard. I also went to middle school. No, I'm not ice fishing. Well, maybe. Actually, Caleb, if we're going to be extremely loose in our language, sure, I'm ice fishing, but no, I'm not ice fishing. I'm just sitting in the cold waiting on my shoes to warm up. Actually, kind of what I was doing was waiting on the cross chatter to start to annoy me so I could mute people, and then waiting on the few remaining to say their goodbyes, and then I'm gonna walk down to the head shop, and I'm just really, really annoyed with myself. I thought it was Thursday, so I thought the buses were gonna run today. So I should have done it yesterday. I had the money. I just didn't do it because I didn't want to end the conversation, because I am the way I am. And so here we go. I get to suffer my own consequences. Heard that, Caleb. That's the term I know for what it is. They sell weed, nicotine, and weed and nicotine paraphernalia. Is that so, Shirley? My resolve? Thank you, 92. Yes, I have basic needs, very simple needs. And it's my own fault the bus isn't running today. I knew it wouldn't be running on Saturday. I just thought it was Thursday. I would have stood up there at the bus stop for a whole hour too. I would have stood up there until I was completely numb. Okay, thank you, Paul. Hey, thank you. That's perfect. That's all I'm asking for. If I'm asking for anything, and I'm not really not asking for anything, but that was perfect. Thank you, Paul. Genuinely. No, they don't run the buses on Saturday and Sunday here. But they're free, so I'm not going to bitch. It's just my own fault. I don't have enough weed to last through tomorrow. And I was already so uh someone taught me the term weed anxiety. And the way I cope with weed anxiety is by restricting my consumption um until I give myself withdrawal. Which is not a bad thing to do, but it's just a hard way to live. For sure, Cameron. I don't know how you don't think you're a muggle, but okay. Yeah, I start to get nauseous. I lose my appetite. My injuries start to really ache. I get headaches, and then I start to have really really fucked up anxiety dreams. And so then what happens is, so like if I don't go today or I don't go tomorrow, and I actually run out, is I'll run down there on Monday sober, and I'll smoke half of the fucking cart tomorrow, and that's bad. Um, that overconsumption cycle is that's addiction. And so yeah, I have a chemical dependency on the THC that results in withdrawal. But if I manage my consumption so that it remains consistent and I'm not chasing a high, I'm chasing a tolerance. I'm chasing a specific amount of blood THC content for the numbing of my injuries. Then I don't dissociate and forget to talk while I'm live, for example. And I don't yeah, right, Bill. It's a regressive cycle of consumption, non-consumption, overconsumption, non-consumption, and that's called addiction. I I don't know if muggles are good or bad, Shirley. I didn't read Harry Potter. But the word sounds like something that you don't want to be. A muggle sounds like somebody who will hold you up for your loose change. I don't know what that means, Shirley. Hell was that noise? Oh, it was probably ice sliding off my tent. Okay, that makes sense. The direct sunlight. This happens every time. If you watch the channel long enough, around this time, when is it? After 10 o'clock? Yeah, after 10 o'clock, the sun hits my tarp. It hits my tent in such a way that it warms up on the inside that I could sit here comfortably for the next few hours now. So long as the conversation is here, I don't have to leave. I don't know what a muggle is. I'm just saying I don't know the word. It just sounds like something you wouldn't want to associate with if you knew what it meant. I have a bag of chips that I should be eating, yeah. Well, if I think you mean I'm ignorant of. Um, if I'm ignorant to, that also kind of makes sense, but I don't think that's what you meant to say. It's going all right, Michael. I've made I've made enough money that I could have stopped if it were about making money today. I never promised today that if I made the necessary money, I would leave to the next stage. I never made that promise because I made the money yesterday. And I never committed. I never committed to actually following through. It was always a maybe. Not gonna cut my beard. My beard is part of why I'm able to sleep comfortably. That's why it looks the way it does. I haven't touched it much today. It just looks like a bushy mess. Well, I don't know how much better things could get for me, Paula. No, it's not a food podcast. It holds heat. It retains my body heat. I was actually talking about this yesterday while it was freezing on my face on my walk to Panera. That's another reason I'm kind of putting off the walk down there is my face is going to freeze by the time I get to the store. It's all good. I did this to myself. I don't know. And for whatever reason they have no cold weather anything. Everything is St. Patrick's Day in the Dollar Tree. Everything is St. Patrick's Day. They don't have a single glove, scarf, hat, nothing. Nothing. That just stuns me. It's not it's probably a criticism. It's just surprising. They put it all out in November and when it all I guess when it's sold or when they took it down, it's just gone. One day at a time is how I got here, old world. There have been 39 years, damn near 39 years of days at a time. I'm in Ohio. I just find it such a strange business practice. Like people aren't going to lose their gloves. They're not going to want a second pair. They're not going to shit it snowing. Go get a pair of gloves while they're out shopping. It's just weird. It's a weird. They have a weird business model to me as far as I worked for a Dollar General for a minute, and the way their shipments work, the way they send product to the stores to get sold is just weird to me. It's weird. They stay in business, so the way they stay in business is how they stay in business. It's just strange. Go anti-protest? Where do you think I'm going to anti-protest? No one in Zanesville gives a shit about whatever it is you've got your panties twisted in a knot about. I don't know if you know this, but Nelson Mandela's dead. He's not going to come and visit my anti-protest. No, they don't give a shit about me. They have made that exceedingly clear over the last 17 months. Believe me. When that guy at the fucking when that guy at the fucking soup kitchen tried to big boy me uh over bringing my backpack into the bathroom and wearing earbuds, and I had to really swallow the urge not to stab his pencil into his fucking eye when he tried to ignore me. um it was very clear to me that this town, the highest per capita homeless in Ohio, does not give a shit about me. Sometimes, Morris, I've been doing me since I was about 6. You don't arrive at being somebody like me insecure about what people think about you by being insecure about what people think about you. Shit, what you think about me. Maybe it is crazy. But when I found myself with the impulse to jab that fucking pencil in his eye and see how much of a big man he is right now with a fucking pencil in his eyeball, I knew it was time that I need to leave. Yeah, I knew that it was time I needed to leave. None of your business, Christopher. I don't know you. No, Hala, I don't need warmer clothing. If you wanted to send me something, send me the postage so I can just go buy a new pair of underwear. Not so I can talk to you, evidently, Christopher. Final Fantasy VIII is awesome. Space Lagoon. And I've been playing it in a way I've been fantasizing about since I was a little boy. Playing it for you guys in a way that I have been fantasizing about since I was a little boy. And I'm going to have to go back and do it again because I gave up last night on the cards thing. The card game, the triple triad, that woman pissed me all the way the fuck off. The Queen of Cards or whatever, she pissed me all the way off, all the way deep in my little boy soul. And I said, fuck you. And I'm not going back because that's just how I am. Hey, that does help, Hala. That's exactly what I was asking for. Thank you. Yeah, that does help. That allows me to sit and justify things like maybe I walk down to Walmart while I'm on that side of town and grab a pair of underwear, like that kind of stuff. Seeing those things, even at the small amounts that I get from the gyms, the gifts, thank you deeply. That allows me to bet on the future. You watched some last night? Yeah, it was really fun. Last night, we did the first Adea fight. There might only be one Adea fight, but we ended the first disc. And that game, see, when I play these games, I watch TV and I play video games differently than you guys do. I don't memorize it. I try to make sure that next time I come back to it, I'm surprised again. I'm not angry at anybody, Christopher. I told you none of your business. And if you wanted to donate to me, holding it conditional to my telling you the story and not just using a super chat to say, hey, summarize your story, I'm curious, is an insult. And what you're doing is what my mother used to do. She, oh, well, we were going to go to Carowinds today, but you didn't clean your room last night when I didn't tell you to clean your room last night. So we're not going to Carowinds today. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I know what emotional abuse looks like, Christopher. And what you just did, emotional abuse, gaslighting. And I'm not gonna just sit here and let you do it. That's why I'm live, dickhead. Now, I'm going to show up and ask an intrusive question, and then I'm going to insult your livelihood because you won't answer my intrusive question, and then I'm going to hold this conditional reward for you and dangle it out in front of you that you'll never get. Go fuck yourself. Think about Caroline. I used to live in North Carolina. I don't know what you mean about Caroline. Oh, Caroline. I don't know. That's not the right song. Carowinds. Yeah. We used to live in Charlotte. We used to live in Easy Drive to Carowinds, and my dad bought summer passes. Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Thank you for feeding me the words. That's all of the song I know. My ukulele is going to have me doing that for the rest of the day. Cedar Point, that's cool. Carowinds is the King's Island. It's what is that company? Paramount? I don't know if Paramount still exists, but go fuck yourself, Chris. Better people than you have reported me. Yeah, I've been to Cedar Point once. We went there. The band went there in 2001 or 2002. We did the really high one. Millennium Force was their newest ride at the time. I hated it. But I sat in the back row. My fucking friend. I had to have been a freshman because it was Jamie. So it was the summer between freshman and sophomore year. So it had to have been 2001. Fucking Jamie Upham. No, Jamie Upham was a girl I dated. Jamie, whatever his name was, senior, fucking convinced me to sit in the back car with him because he told me that the back car on that ride was going to be the easiest car. The back car on that ride leaves the fucking tracks. It suspends in midair for a while before it snaps back down onto the tracks because of, centrifugal forces or whatever. Scared the shit out of me. Never trusted him with anything ever again after that. Nothing. Well, I can't be a gay streamer, Clayton. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, man. The condensation. I've almost got my shoes thawed. Which is good news. But the ice, the condensation from Ohio has put actual fluid water in my shoes. All right, we're good. I got it all. We're good. My mom, what? Bow, bow, bow. Yep, told you the ukulele is going to have me doing that until I listen to another song, until I listen to something. I'll probably be doing that for the rest of the day, actually. Not anymore. I'm pretty sure my mom doesn't work at Walmart anymore. I don't actually call her my mom. I call her my mother. Maybe. I don't know why I haven't removed you either, Bill. It's gonna happen. I don't know why I haven't. I think you think we're friends, and I think you think that these like micro aggressions make us friends, and that my not responding to them it's a tell that we're actually friends, and that if I responded with aggression to your microaggressions, it would be a cue to you that we're not friends. But I have been responding to your microaggressions with microaggressions the whole time. We're not friends. This isn't a consensual, positive engagement between us and hasn't been the whole time. I hope you don't think it is. Yeah, bringing it up and constantly bringing it up is a microaggression. Yeah, you're trying to see if I'm going to lose my temper about it because you think we're friends. You have developed a parasocial relationship with me where you think we're friends now, but we're not. We haven't been. Not from first impression. I don't like you. I don't want you here. Probably. No, what he needs is to just use the mute button for what it's for. Done. Okay, moving on. If I am emotionally elevated, someone has lit a fire under my ass. Because I most certainly am not lighting my farts. Oh, he didn't think he would get it too. Oh. I almost feel bad for them when they think it's going to pass them by. Almost feel bad. Almost. shooting a man in the back is cowardly. But when he's turned his back to you to look at the people you just shot in the face, it's on him. And then this dumb silence, where we're like, wait a minute, we have to hyperanalyze our behavior now because the temperature of the room has just changed. I know. I've been me a long time. And so when people tell me, oh, go get a job, you don't think I'm going to do this exact thing to the first person who says something to me that I don't fucking like? You don't think I'm gonna react exactly? Look, I used to watch this. His channel's fucking horrible now. But does anybody remember when Mandatory Fun Time was funny? Does anybody remember when Mandatory Fun Time, the channel Mandatory Fun Time, was funny? Before the t-shirts and the branding and the monetization of the channel, and before the talking about world current events that he clearly has no idea what he's talking about, but he's trying to talk about them in a funny way for his audience of idiots. Does anybody remember before his audience? Okay. Mandatory Fun Time used to be funny. And he used to have this character that he did as a skit as he was reintegrating from military life into civilian life. That was a military veteran working at an Office Max or one of their affiliates or something like it, Staples, whatever. Freaking out about all of the different social environments and how they're not the military. Okay. I used to watch a lot of that, and I used to think it was really funny and relatable. Because I will have those same fucking meltdowns over your stupid bullshit, Karen, Paul, Tom, Liam, Hunter, Trevor. I will have the same freak out over your bullshit microaggressions because I have lost patience with it. So I do this instead because this is a social environment that I have total control over. Yeah, Menelith, I would have preferred you not add him just in case he's alerted to the fact that I am now talking about him, not trying to talk about him. I left him a comment on his most recent video. I remember when you used to be funny. That's all we need to do with that. I'm not here to bury Mandatory Fun Day. I'm trying to reach to a commonplace that has humor buried in it because that's how humans diffuse tension. Because I'm not tense. I'm intense. There's actually a word for it that I always spell wrong. Who am I? My name is Vincent. Vincent Kyle Dennis, if you need to know. That's VK Dennis at Patreon, if you really want to know. But see, you don't really want to know. You just want to be given the answer. Like, when I was in high school, I was in chemistry, and I asked my chemistry teacher, what the hell is mercury? And she just printed out the Google, she just printed out the first page of the Google response of Wikipedia. It most certainly is always about you. I can see that in your name. You take possession of things that can't belong to anyone. You are absolutely suffering from narcissism. You have broken the first rule or made the first mistake of the nascent wizard. You have confused yourself with God. And in true what's his name? Descartes, Cartesian fashion, you have mistaken the act of thinking for doing anything. Someone call the burn ward. This man seems to be lacking skin. Oof. 6 of you fled from that one. Y'all don't know. When you've seen the pattern, you can't unsee the pattern. That's why they're called seers, because they have seen. They can't unsee. Notice they're frequently not called sayers. The ones who are called sayers, they're called soothsayers. Do you know what that word soothe means? You ever soothed a burn? You ever soothed your emotions? Who you are is fucking nobody. Soothsayers. Soothe. That word. Soothe. Soothsayers speak to soothe your aching nerves, your anxieties. But they aren't called seers. They aren't called knowers. They're just sayers of soothing things. We used to have accurate words for this stuff because people used to make a living at this stuff in public. And so when that guy asked me, am I in Minnesota protesting? No, I am not in Minnesota. But I am protesting my right to exist, my right to work, and my right to give back what I have to give back. On some level, it's about being seen. Yeah, I like looking for that one person who sees, right? That pair of people who see each other seeing me. That's called third order observation. That's called consciousness. And once the master has those two, you're talking about the conflict between Peter and Mary. Every time. Can't unsee the pattern. Magdalene, naturally. Why does he love her more than he loves me? Or the other way around. Why does he like them more than he likes me? Why is he talking to me at all if he doesn't like me? I run into this every time. Every time I turn this thing on. I should have turned it off, right? At an hour and 20. But I like to show the pattern. If we present the pattern in full, if we don't cut the camera on either end of the bad or the boring stuff, we get the truth. Right? We know that movies, we know that YouTube videos, they're edited to cut out the in-between parts. But I can't help, like, for a while, I was watching this flamboyantly gay Asian dude write these little love shorts, create these little love shorts to Final Fantasy X. But after a while of watching these, like the cosplay videos or the whatever, just anytime these people make these highly edited shorts, especially shorts, I start to really get into my head about the actual amount of effort that goes into making these. Right? Because you think to yourself, oh, I could do that. And then you realize, oh, that's a full-time job. And so I get into my head about the effort that goes into making these. And that if you just left the camera rolling during, because some of the girls on TikTok and YouTube, the shorts, I just scroll to see what the fuck is out there. What am I actually competing against?
I like to know. And thank you for 50 likes. That's a benchmark for me in the winter. Um, Today has been a benchmark day. This is why we keep rolling. Um, they'll do like time lapses or like, quick, highly edited of how much actually goes into like these makeup videos or the cosplay or the costume changes or whatever. It doesn't all have to be sexual because a lot of it is for women. A lot of women like to watch this shit. I've dated a lot of girls who are just into costuming, just like that shit. Human women like that shit. It's in the ancient books that human women like that shit. It's in the deeply ancient books that men are going, women really like this shit. It's actually sexually selective to provide this shit to them. And then it's in the even deeper stone, it's in the archaeology that women like this stuff, and that's okay. But I get into my head about how long the video would be if you just left the footage rolling. And so I grew up when that footage rolling was still tape. And so I think about it because I used to have a 30, what are they called? 35 millimeter camera. And so I'm thinking about like how many frames you would have to snip out and are just trash now. How much of their time is a bet on the future that this video will do well? I think about that a lot. Like a lot. Because I make shorts and 15 people will watch them, right? I get it. They get 15,000. It's not a judgment, it's not a comparison. It's a value assessment. It's a time assessment. And so artistically for me it was about just leave the camera on. Just leave the camera on. Stay in front of it even when it's bad, even when the engagement turns bad and people start to leave because, oh, well, now it's self reflective on the person on the other side of the camera. But that's the point. That's the point. The show is to get the other side of the camera to reach back because you can shout into the void, but this void talks back. Talking to Gemini all day is shouting into a void that talks back, but then the product there is nothing. There's no art there. There's nothing there, nothing tangible. It's what Plato's talking about when he's talking about the world of forms. I arrived at the world of forms before Plato, so I understand this in a much deeper level than any. And like that's why I wanted to go philosophy. Is I had arrived at the things that philosophy was talking about, and my understanding as a 17-year-old, I graduated at 17 from high school. I graduated at 17. I turned 18 the summer before my freshman year. I accepted my pledge to Wright State at 16. I have been engaged as a forthright member of the American populace, but the world society for a lot longer, not in time, of my lifespan than you have. I geared myself at third grade toward being a productive member of my civilization, not just my society, not just the small groups like family, not making family proud, not making teacher proud, not making coach proud. No, not making school proud, not making state proud, not making country proud, making the world proud, doing something that made the world better. I've been aiming at that since 8, since third grade, give or take, fourth grade. I also suffered a lot of childhood head injuries that you didn't. Yeah, sometimes, Amber. I might not today. It depends on how I'm letting my hands. The reason I'm gesticulating with my hands so much is I'm seeing how warm my hands are. And if the conversation still stays good, or those of you who've been here for a long time remain, I might keep you while I walk. It the ravine that I'm in is 5 to 15 degrees warmer than the street level. There's no wind down here. You can hear that there's no wind down here, but when I go up there, there's going to be wind. So usually, yeah, because I like to sing. Goat African country? I don't know. Probably Egypt? I don't know. Somewhere sub-Saharan maybe. I don't know. I've had several head injuries before my brain was finished developing. And I head bang a lot. Thank you, Stank. I don't know about greatest of all time. I guess it depends on your definition of greatness. But as far as technological aspiration, probably ancient Egypt. as far as Africa, but that's a Hegelian argument that I'm not making. I think it was Hegel. I've never been to the El Rosa Villa, no, but one of my friends from high school, I told this story yesterday, so I don't mind repeating it today. One of my friends from high school was at the El Rosa Villa when Dimebag was shot. He was there. They left because they were in high school. So they had to leave the venue before the shooting. He didn't see the shooting, but he was in the venue that night. He saw it wasn't Pantera. It was his other band, Damage Plan. Is that right? I wasn't into the music scene at that time. I wasn't into that scene. I've never been to the El Rosa Villa, but I've been in Ohio for a while. I'm aware of the legend, for sure, of El Rosa Villa. I had a friend who was there every weekend. That guy, he was there every weekend. Yeah, Damage Plan. I wasn't in the scene, so thank you for confirming that it was Damage Plan. I've been watching a lot of documentaries, a lot of watching music documentaries. My family kept me isolated from music until I graduated from high school, and then I kept myself isolated from music until homelessness because I found the groove that I liked and I just stayed in it. And so I've been since homelessness, I've taken the opportunity to use this time as constructively as I can on my own education because I can't understand you guys if I don't understand your culture. I was kept out of it and then I kept myself out of it by working, by just staying at a job for 60 or 80 hours a week, just work and work and work and work and grind my brain into a numb soup so I go home and sleep and miss out on my relationships at home. So my ex-wife, ex-girlfriends, I wanted out of that. I wanted out of it and I wanted to understand the world around me because I have something to give. I have a perspective to give, and I didn't understand these bands. So I only started trying to understand the Dimebag Darrell Pantera thing when one of the guys here in town was cool to me. He was cool to me on the bus the day that I was selling my guitars, and I was really bummed out. And he asked me, he's like, "Oh, your guitar, it looks like Dimebag's." It doesn't. It was the I had a Jackson, but he goes, "Do you like Dimebag?" And we talked about Pantera and how I missed out on it. Tool is my musical reference. Country from the 90s, Jars of Clay, Creed, Tool, and then Catatonia after about 2008. So Catatonia and the things in that niche, Opeth, Meshuggah, Mastodon. Yeah. I wasn't I moved to my family are from Pike County. My parents moved to North Carolina after my dad served in the military. So when I was 3 or 4 years old, from four, I spent until four in Colorado, until about four, between 4 and about 12. I was in North Carolina. So country music, Creed, um, uh, shit, Dave Thomas and his band. That's just not coming to me. I don't know how his name did. That sound, but Mastodon for sure. Kylesa, I love Kylesa. That southern grunge, that southern sludgy sound, I love it. I wasn't involved in it, so I didn't get to see a lot of it. I didn't get to see a lot of the evolution, but yeah, Tool and Catatonia, man, and anything adjacent to them, I'm gonna have strong opinions about, whether I like it or I dislike it. But that's what people talk about when they say that you either love something or you hate it, and they think it's two sides of a coin. And usually, hate is an expression of love doing something that you don't want it doing. Like the bands that I feel really strongly about, um, strongly negatively about, uh, is because they don't sound like what I want them to sound like. They're close, but not enough. And Tool did that to me. It was Tool and playing trumpet and singing and musicals. So engaging in the music, seeing the bands I feel really strongly about hold themselves back by not trying to be more than what they are. And so I'm watching these documentaries to understand, is it the record labels? Is it the people in the bands? Is it the audience? What's happening? And so that's why I watch these documentaries. That's why I play all these video games. That's why I sit here in the tent and talk to strangers. Thank you for asking these questions and letting me talk about it. It's hard to talk about this while the chat is So thank you for sticking around. I'm glad I didn't make an inappropriate joke about you. It's really easy to do from this platform, to just say something inappropriate because you're surrounded by dudes who you know will laugh. Yeah. I know you wouldn't have blamed me. That's why I thought about doing it and I just laughed to myself. It's really easy for me to act on my impulses, not just from the tent, but because I don't have the social skills that other people have. So for me, a joke is just a joke. But for some people, it's like, oh, that guy just assaulted me. Yeah, zesty vibes for sure. Illuminated. For sure. I have been informed recently that evidently I developed charisma sometime along the path after my marriage. So here we are. Just keeping it to myself. I don't know Coshocton well enough, so I just kept it to, I've never actually been there. I just hear the name, I hear people talk about it, and I just kept it to myself. Don't say anything. Maybe, Illuminator. Anymore, it does take a gay man to have just a conversation with a female. My whole life I've been coded gay for that. Heard that, grew up in Cali. No, it's okay. I'm not married to Ohio. I know that exact feeling. No, I always wanted to be in Cali, and I'm so glad I never went. I married a North Carolina girl who got her education, her college education in San Francisco, and that was good enough for me as far as living on the West Coast. No, thank you. I see what it does to people. Um, you miss the beach. I can't imagine missing the beach. I've only been to the beach once that I remember in my life, definitely only once in my adult life, and it was the most terrifying experience in my life. I don't like water that I know is deeper than I am tall. I'm 6'2", and if I know it's deeper than I am tall, that freaks me the fuck out. Hey, Seawag. Shalom. Uh, but I've observed people who live in that environment and love it. So, yeah, I can imagine you do. I miss the mountains. I miss the mountains in North Carolina so much. Sometimes my buddy, Mr. S, will send me pictures of the sky in Texas, and it makes me kind of want to be in Texas. The water, yeah. I like rivers. I really am a North Carolina boy. I hear it in my behavior. I never identified as a North Carolina boy, but I hear it in my behavior. I'm one of those dudes. I like rivers, man. I like streams, I like creeks, I like forests, and I like mountains. You like turtles? That's cool. Once while I was tripping acid, I was tripping balls in Yellowstone Yellow Springs, Ohio. It's Jellystone because it's Yellowstone. So it's Yellow Springs, Ohio. I was tripping balls on acid walking through Yellow Spring, and I was convinced that a pile of leaves was a turtle. And my girlfriend at the time said that it was not a turtle, it was a pile of leaves. But I am convinced that that's why turtles look the way they do, is because they look like leaves on the ground, because I saw it in a vision on an acid trip. Now decide how serious I am about this. Yeah, no, I was tripping serious fucking balls that day. It was great. I wouldn't say it was a life-changing experience, but that hike was awesome. She got all skittish when I wanted to smoke my bowl. She said, "Oh, you're gonna smoke weed?" Yeah, I'm gonna smoke weed in a national park. It's gonna be just fine. You know who's gonna be upset? Your grandma. Chill the fuck out. Smokey the Bear is going to be upset with me because he thinks I'm going to ash. I'm not going to ash. I'll be responsible. I grew up a Boy Scout, all right? I didn't start smoking weed until after I was 30. Everybody calm down. I'm a responsible stoner, all right? I spent my 20s drunk like everybody else. Calm the fuck down. That's funny, Seawag. North Carolina people don't like you because you're fucking insane. I love you both. I never identified as a North Carolina boy. Oh, I'm glad you did that, Bob. And you went to the ski area, they were cool? Yeah. The mountain kids are cool. Tell you the truth about 9/11? I am still not convinced it wasn't an inside job. They haven't convinced me. I chose one. I chose one, Canis. I was trying to be responsible. When I started mixing the two, alcohol had to go. I believe you, Seawag. All I meant to say is that it goes that exact thing you said goes both, like it's said both ways. The people on the north. I was only saying that for anybody who doesn't know North and South Carolina. They used to just be Carolina. They do not get along. That divide is a real fucking thing. I also would like some crispy chicken tenders. I'm looking forward to that for my dinner tonight. I might actually go and just nosh one on my way down and get a bottle of water from there. You're from Northern California? Heard that. Originally, yeah. I understood. Yeah, a lot of people vacated Northern California over the last couple of decades. Since the 80s, right? Or is it just the last 20 years? I used to listen to a lot of Dan Carlin and Maynard James Keenan. He moved to Arizona. Oh, that's cool. I've never been to Big Bear. That's cool. I've never been to Big Bear, but that is cool. I used to live in Silva, Hawthorne, and Torrance. That's cool. I don't know these. I don't know these places, but that's cool. That's cool to know about you. I don't know that I'm going to be able to recall it later, but that's cool. I don't know what that means, Canis, but that's cool. Mostly estranged. Yeah, it sounds like he found people that fit his personality or his temperament, Bob. I don't mean to Cali talk. Understood, Amber. I've watched the Californians, that SNL sketch, series of sketches. What are you doing here? And I married a woman who lived in San Francisco, so the highway talk, that's real. For anybody who doesn't know anybody from California, the way they talk about their roads is real. Yes, the everybody thinking they were Michael Jordan thing was a real part of my childhood. Yes, CWAG, that's why I never identified. That's real. That's really cool, CWAG. Yeah, the mountain country's different people. I love it up there. Oh, heard that, Canis. Understood, Bob. Your Megs? I don't know what that is either. Heard that, Canis. And yeah, you guys care about your counties more than any other state I've ever talked to. People from any other state I've ever talked to. That's cool. Ah, good green. Understood. I've never heard that word. But weed culture in California has always been different than the rest of the country. Ah. Humbled you, Bob? I didn't mean to humble you. Unless you feel like you needed humbled. Like, did you get too big for your britches? Is that what you mean? I never know what other people mean by humbled. I don't like being humbled. Okay. If it's a positive experience, I'm happy to be along the path with you, Bobby. I didn't mean to call you Bobby. I'm sorry. I know you're older than I am. Man, I worked on kitchens and factories for so fucking long. Just a fist bump and a go up about our day thing. I didn't mean to do that to you. Sounds like a good time, actually, Trump. But not from you. Do you have a sister? On the ground, 12 inches. Like not on the roads, but like if I just open my tent where nobody but me and the deer and the mice and the rabbits have moved 12 inches. I'll show you. I'm probably gonna let you walk down with me. I'm starting to get like anxious about it, about not moving yet. I know I've been doing this for about 4 hours and my phone just filled up and I owe somebody a thank you. MLM, I don't know your thank you. I'm trying to say to MLM, thank you on PayPal. I just saw the notification. I don't check it because, I don't know your YouTube. It's not your name on PayPal, and I'm not trying to out you. So thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart. You have showed up, MLM. You have showed up to help me out when I have needed it, and a lot of times. When I was just at the spot where I was going to go, okay, I got to ask for money. You show up, and that's I've not figured out your username, so I can thank. I know that I'm thanking you properly. I owe you like 6 or 8 thank yous. Thank you. Chaos abounds for sure, Bob. Well, Angel Mo, God may be trash, but now you're just being annoying. You don't have to hit it so many times because we can talk about it if you really wanted to. One of my favorite theological poems, mystery poems, is called Thunder Perfect Mind. It's called both of those things. And it's speaking from the perspective of a mystery deity, and it is. And she suggests that she can be found on a heap of trash. Well, God might be everything. And so the trash might only be trash from a certain perspective. I may be talking about myself. Correct. But the first mistake of the magician is to identify as God. I'm not God. But I am a broken vessel. I do not like rap music, no. I object to rap music on nearly every ground. Nearly every ground. Including as music. It lacks musical value, artistic merit. Darkness! No parents! Okay, Batman. I object to the entire medium. Well, did you come up with that theory, Seawag? I mean, if you wanted to talk about your arrival at the theory, but that's a pretty old conception of God. Maybe, Bob, but I think you're right. I think they're just angry with God, so they deny his existence to force a confrontation. It's just the book of Job. Sig, if it's not in C major or C sharp rather, I'm probably not interested. C sharp minor, I'm probably just not interested, buddy. Yeah, I identify as a metalhead, yes. Most correct. Rap is not Philalitheia. Rap is a posturing lie. Okay, so we got a lot of movement. So I may not understand everything that you guys are talking about. God might be a nickname for reality, Sig. God might also just be the gap in what we know and don't know. Lifetime. I haven't been a lifetime metalhead, but since I graduated high school, for sure. I am definitely not missing out. I have tried hip hop and I find it objectionable. I find it objectionable and harmful to the listener. It lowers the bar on what is acceptable as artistic expression so low that literally every rapper is a I could do that guy. Literally, that's where rap comes from. It's so easy, I could do that. No, I'm not going to do it, Sig. I don't know you and you're not paying me. Sorry, bud. No, I don't like typo negative. I do, however, like Paul Bearer's cover of Love You to Death. Typo negative are too try hard for me. Sorry, I don't like women enough to try that hard. They like me enough that I don't need to. I don't listen to underground hip hop. I'm not looking for because I find the entire medium objectionable. Do you understand what the word objectionable means? It means that when you bring it up, I'm going to object. Objection. Every time hip hop is introduced as an art form, I'm going to object. I may be wrong, but I find the entire medium objectionable. So I'm going to object. Just because the lawyer objected doesn't mean that he was right. I just find it objectionable, and I'm going to continue to find it objectionable. I That's my point is my entire argument against hip hop is that it lacks artistic merit and therefore is not art. If it is artifice, it is artificial. No, I keep saying that I keep trying to listen to hip hop because it's around me at all times and I find it objectionable. I continue to my opinion continues to be reinforced. So what I'm not going to do is go and listen to something that I know I'm not going to like by someone I already know I don't like. However, like Mr. S just sent me music. Well, no, I guess he sent me a short, and I'll watch that as soon as I'm not live without hesitating because I trust him and he sends me money. But that bond was originally forged around producing for the channel. So I trust him and I trust that everything he's showing me reinforces me and our relationship. I don't trust that about you, Sig. Probably, yeah, Canis. I don't know you, so even if I wouldn't object, I would just not take the recommendation because I don't know you. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Not the first two after Jonas busted his vocals, but yeah, um, Catatonia and Opeth are my wheelhouse, and Mastodon and Tool. Tool I don't listen to anymore, um, because I found, frankly, I wasn't listening to them before, but the allegations that Maynard has recently received, I found predictable. I don't want to get to know you. I don't need to get to know you. I will get to know you through engagement. You can get to know me. People keep suggesting to me Riverside, and by people I mean older guys who know metal. But you probably like, is Riverside no, Riverside's more proggy. Riverside, because you also like not Pineapple Thieves, it was Pineapple Tree. You suggested Pineapple Tree to me as well, right, Bob? I think I remember that from this summer. I think I remember you. Maynard has many women coming out with sexual assault allegations from his time with A Perfect Circle. Evidently, he was putting his hands in his diddle where it doesn't belong during those Perfect Circle tours. We are definitely not the same. If we're a fractal, we're infinitely different. I don't know King 810. No, what's their genre identification, Canis? Porcupine Tree. Yeah, I remember us talking about Porcupine Tree, Bob. I remember you suggesting Riverside to me. I haven't swung back around to that because I haven't been listening to atmospheric intellectual stuff. I've been listening to grinding heavy shit. Like I've been listening to a lot of Static X lately. Just grinding heavy angry shit. Hello, Fohad. I grew up in a machine shop. So our differences are definitely not superficial. If they were superficial, God wouldn't have made us different. Okay, that's cool. I don't object to new metal on its face. I don't like corn. Huh, yeah, three labias. It's oh my god. Okay. It's 3 Libras, but that's perfect. I had to hide my face from that one. I know you did. That joke embarrassed me because that would have made me horse laugh. Ha! That's a fucked up thing to say. That was funny. Uh, we've talked about it a lot, Fahad, but I grew up in North Carolina. I'm in Ohio. That's a fucked up thing to say. It was funny. Hide my face so I'm not on camera laughing about that. Yeah, exactly. If you listen to that record, his behavior on tour was predictable. That record's not sexually charged. That record is just a sex act. Anyway, you were worried about me, Bob? You don't have any reason to worry about me, pal. I'm good. I was trying to get things right with Rachel so that could be a forever thing. And so that took precedence over the channel for a while. uh well, we got that Arctic. No, not Arctic. We got that glacial thing. And so it's about geography more than it is about um cyclical weather patterns. This is unusual. We don't usually get this much snow. We didn't get any more than 3 inches last year. This is a lot for Ohio. It's just also been wet, right? It was a wet year. We got a lot of rain. We got enough rain that it was starting to freak me out that we were getting so much rain. Like, oh my God, my tent's just going to wash away kind of rain. But you don't need to be freaked out, or you don't need to like it or not like it. Parts of Ohio do. Southern Ohio doesn't. Central and Southern Ohio don't. Up on the north, the Great Lakes, like in Cleveland does. Cleveland gets a ton of snow, but they're up on those lakes. Ohio is a fairly long state, north to south. That's what I was saying earlier. You weren't here for this, but I was saying earlier that Ohio, it has this like three-way divide where you've got the southern part of the state, and then you've got Columbus and its surrounding area, and then you've got the northern part of the state. But then the eastern parts of the state are more like their surrounding territories than either the north or the south. Uh, Ohio is a through state. People move here from other places for work and then marry girls from here or marry one another. Somebody might be able to speak to that. Um, so the people who live here, they're either from or they acculturate to Columbus or Cincinnati or Cleveland. I did those backward. Um, yeah, Cleveland's up north, Cincinnati's down south, or they're just more like the neighboring states. They identify more with the neighboring states than they do with either of those places because they're so insular. I wouldn't say Ohio is a weird place. Ohio is a predictable place because it has those three very strong cities, the strong population centers, and then the rest is industrial and farms. Your aunt lives near Cleveland. That's cool. Yeah, it snows like fuck up there, like crazy up there. Your ex pastor moved to Ohio. That's cool. Methodism. Was your ex pastor a Methodist? There's a lot of Methodists here in Ohio. Ohio is Ohio is a predictable place, but the weirdness of Ohio is part of that predictability because it's a through state. It has a lot of tourism traffic, but it's had a lot of tourism traffic since before it was Ohio. It had a lot of tourism traffic when it was still French trappers. If you think of French trapping as tourism, setting up trading stations in pretty places. Gave you a car? That's cool. The number of juggalos and the success that Slipknot found in Ohio is baffling. And the people who are the island boys, the white dudes who are the island boys who have the grills and the stupid face tattoos and they talk like they think they're from Barbados, they're from Ohio. The people who live in Ohio are predictably weird. You know that band Vertical Horizons was from Ohio. I think it was Vertical Horizons. Maybe it was Blind Melon. There's a shitload of the famous, like the really fucking banging disco from Ohio. Ohio is a through state. It's been like this since before it was Ohio. More presidents have been elected from Ohio than any other state. You're going to get another one in Vance Joseph. People say that. I think that because people also said at the time that Mudvayne lifted their look from Slipknot. But Slipknot was on Mushroom Head's record. Weren't Mushroom Head independent and didn't Slipknot work for them? I don't know. There's a weird conflation in the timeline with those two that I don't know. I haven't investigated because I don't like either of those bands well enough. But Mudvayne, I do know, didn't lift from Slipknot. They just happened to be on the same label, so they were on that tour together, and so people conflated them in their timeline. And then I think people thought that Mudvayne released a record through Slipknot's label, but I don't know if that's true. I do think that Slipknot released a demo through Mushroom Head, or that there was a confluence in their timelines where they crossed paths around the time that Slipknot started doing the costumes. But internally, I know Slipknot insists that that was Clown's idea. Sun Doesn't Rise. I don't know that song. It's a bad assumption song, meaning like it's assuming that bad things are going to happen tomorrow. Oh, bad ass song. I don't know that. I don't know the song. What's the band? Is that Mushroom Head, Slipknot? You're allowed to like what you like. I don't like Slipknot, but I formed strong opinions in high school. I like that one Mushroom Head, the one that had the music video, the guy carrying the fucking thing from Star Wars. That was cool. I liked that song, but I don't like the rapping. I thought the dual vocalist thing sounded cool with all the drums. I like all the percussion. I like the second vocalist. I like Mushroom Head better as that Norwegian band. I think they're Norwegian. That Scandinavian band. Oh God, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Never mind. I liked V is for Vagina, and I like The River is okay, but I really like um The Remedy. The Remedy might be Maynard's best song, but I haven't checked out the newer stuff. I didn't check out the new record. I listened to one song on it, and I don't know. I'll drink a fruit punch, but I never liked how it stained my teeth. I never fully understood the importance of. I don't like Five Finger Death Punch at all. Not a fan. Not a fan. It's contrived. I liked that the um distorted vocals that he was doing were radio friendly. That the radio was like, "Ooh, we like distorted vocals now all of a sudden." I understand. I see it now that I read it. Now that I read them together. I thought maybe you were making a Five Finger Death Punch um but it didn't occur to me to ask. Maybe, Satan. Never tried Frank Zappa. Never tried it. I've listened to people talk about why his music's great, and I don't know that I'm stoned enough, or that I'm on the right drugs, or that I know the right woman. I kind of feel like Frank Zappa's music definitely needs a woman with a like a naked woman with a great big bush to fully appreciate. I always thought it was a dumb name. I always judged the name Five Finger Death Punch before I heard the music. It always sounded like, oh, this is coming from redneck country. I always judged it first, and I could just never get into the music. I just could never get into it. But I was always grateful that it existed because I liked the vocal distortion being on the radio, but I could just never get into their music. Without deviation from the norm, progress is impossible. I agree with him about that. When I hear him talk, I like the things he says. I just don't know if I want to be associated with liking his music. And again, I've never had the opportunity of listening to his woman with an or listening to his music in the company of a naked woman who just has a massive bush. That goblin? Oh, what? Bringing up Vance? Oh, I don't even know what a Cyrax is. I thought that was a character in Mortal Kombat. Always, Clyde. Always. Every time they'd be like, "Oh, here comes Five Finger Death Punch." I'd hear it and I'd be like, "I don't like this on principle." And then I would hear it and I'd be like, "I might be liking this." And then I'd remember, "Oh, this is Five Finger Death Punch. You can't like that on principle. You can't wear that fucking shirt." For sure he was, Bob. For sure he was. But see, when I was young, when I was a teenager in my earlier 20s, the shirt, being able to wear the band's name on my on a shirt meant a lot more to me than it does now. But that metric, that thinking about, okay, can I wear this? Do I want to wear this band's name on my chest? Do I want to be seen identifying with the name of this band? That's always something that ticks off in my head as one of my grandmother would be like, "Do you really want to be seen like that?" Heard that, Canis. And she would be right. No, I don't. No. What if you died? What if I died in a fucking I don't know, Goat Slayer or Corpse Grinder t-shirt? It's not how I want to be found. All right, my shoes are almost cooked. We're almost ready. Zappa seemed like a super cool dude, and I know that Zappa was mega anti what's her name? Tipper Gore. And so for Zappa, I owe a lot of gratitude. To Zappa, I owe a lot of gratitude for my worldview, for the things that I believe about where we're at in American culture. I know I owe Zappa a debt of gratitude. Maybe, Clyde. Probably not. That's just not my kind of thing, man. Because I rage out, but when I rage out, even my only semi-articulate is still I have a point that I'm making and that you can learn from. Watching people like that have a huge platform and be recommended that people watch it raging out and not having a point that you can learn from, he undermines what I'm doing artistically. So he actually makes my work less good. Hey, welcome back, Char. So no, I probably wouldn't get a laugh. Probably what would happen is I would fly into an inarticulate rage and I would rant about him, and I just don't want to do that. Well, that's a huge platform, but whether it's trolls or not, he has a huge platform. Yeah, don't give him attention. I don't know how we didn't learn this from cancel culture. It's like we bounce from cancel culture to giving these fucking people, these creeps, these losers, these degenerates, in reality TV shows. It's like how far can the pendulum swing back next time? What? Anyway, 1234. Make a wish that the pendulum doesn't swing radically the wrong direction. Maybe we can find like a stasis point where we're just ignoring these people. And even though they have a platform, no one is standing in the audience because they don't need to go away. It's the internet. We do. I mean, yeah, like the people who left from that. I get it. I do. There are already enough creeps with power and platforms. What we don't need to do is give new creeps power and platforms. Precisely. Yeah. There are enough people who are going to use their work to harm the world as it is. We already have enough Jeffs Bezos, for example, right? We don't need more. Oh, are they bad? I heard that they were really hyped up because I thought that the drummer was the only thing that was legitimate about FFDP. That too. I just can't take them fucking seriously. I'm sorry. You can't even say FFDP because that sounds like a fucking sex acronym. Full frontal double penetration. It's horrible. Everything about them is wrong to my sensibilities. You're allowed to like it. And psychosexual's bad. I get that a lot. You remind me of my older brother. I get that a lot. I'm an eldest. Thank you for not leaving on that remark, Amber. I can't help it. The outbursts happen. That's why I say when other people have outbursts, they undercut my work. Because I know I'm manic. I know that I have bipolar too. So I've tried to make a performance art out of it. DVDA. I don't know them. There are worse people. I understand, Clyde. I'm not coming at you, buddy. I'm like 6'2", 6'3", 6'2". Just say 6'2", Kane. I don't think I can even stand fully upright anymore, so I might only be 6'1" anymore, man. I'm getting old. People don't like it when I say that. I said that on the bus the other day. I was talking to this 13-year-old kid about his music, and he was asking me about my YouTube channel, and I was explaining to him that I can't do the things that 13-year-olds do because I'm 37. At the time, I was still 37. I'm getting old, man. 50-year-old woman in front of me goes, "You are not old." I'm not old, but my body is wearing out. I am getting to the point that people are going to look at me and go, "Oh, he looks like an old man." And so for anybody out there who's freaked out about that I don't mean what she thought I did. Heard that, Canis. Would say, I hope your brother is still among the living. I don't mind being a surrogate older brother. I do from time to time, have done it for other people. I probably psychologically need surrogate younger siblings. Okay, he's going to get a kick out of that. Heard that. You're almost 5'5" and feel 75. Precisely, Bob. That's why I'm not complaining, and I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to compare myself to anybody else. Heard that, Canis. We probably wouldn't even get along, but heard that. I'm glad that you see a similarity and that you find a fondness here. Corey Feldman's band. More stupid. That seems to be a thing. That seems to be where Rob Zombie came from. His music is what it is. But that cringe, but not stupid, and Hollywood TV visual arts types getting into like stage music, it seems to have that pattern. Cringe and oftentimes stupid. I don't listen to any of it, so I don't know. But I watch these documentaries, you see, and I listen to what other people say before I form an opinion of my own. Because I'm probably not going to expose myself to enough of it to form an opinion. All right, let's pop this fucker open. It's cold out there, but it's not as bad as it was yesterday. Like a Rob Zombie thing, that's what I had a feeling. I don't like Tarantino's movies, no. I find his work objectionable, but I wouldn't encourage you to not like it. I just have strong opinions. I'm not out there protesting him or anything like that. I just don't enjoy his work. And see, that's the beautiful thing about art, is if you don't enjoy it, you don't have to watch it. That's why I always encourage people who want me to do something other than what I'm doing to either pay me or find someone who will do it for free or is already doing it. Devil Daddy. Okay. Yeah, that's dumb. That's 50 Shades of Grey for men, and that sounds dumb. That sounds like they're trying to get women to show up to the shows. And that shows like bands like that always have a tinge of dumb about them. And that doesn't have to be a negative criticism. It doesn't have to be a negative criticism. Because it's not about the women. It's about how men think about what women like. And that's always dumb. Always dumb. Sometimes it can be cute though, and that's how dudes end up getting married. But it's always dumb. It's like flowers, right? Like, this isn't a negative criticism of anybody, but handing a girl a flower is a dumb gesture. I like you. Here's this thing that's going to die immediately, but it's cute. Absolutely, that's what it was. It didn't just seem to be. That's totally what it was. I loved how SNL at the time was totally open about how it was just porn. Erotica is just porn, guys. Literally pornography. The graphy is the writing. It's funny. It doesn't have to be a negative criticism, though. We don't have to get all up in arms and be like, oh, everybody has to be canceled for liking a thing. It's like, all right, porn went mainstream for a minute. Porn used to be mainstream. And like sometimes like reducing something to its simplest component doesn't also make your argument reductive. Sometimes. Pictures of evil sex. Oh gosh. People are going to want to do this in their bedrooms. No, the fear is always that people are going to want to do this with people that don't know they can say no. That's always the fear. And it's a legitimate fear to have among people with power and among people with the temperament to seek it out. But the public education system is supposed to be about teaching you not to do either of those things, seek out power or abuse it. We just don't do that. We just don't do it, which would be funny if we didn't know what frat parties were like. And we try to act like, oh, there were all those court cases. They're not like that anymore. Fuck off. Frat boys aren't stupid. They're rich. They're just better lawyered up. Hoop jumper? Yeah, me neither. It's been that way for a very long time, Kyle. It's been that way for a very long time. Porn in the bygone days of the 80s and the 90s. No, in the way back, porn is what they did with girls who could act, who were pretty but couldn't act. They wanted to act, were willing to put in the time, blood, and sweat and anxiety to do their goddamn best. Just couldn't fucking act. But they were pretty. So you give them an acting job where you just don't cut the camera for the sex scene. And you just contrive every scene that you write. Porn used to be a stepping stone to being able to write legitimate movies. Directing porn is still a way. Shooting and directing porn is still a way to go mainstream. You just do it under a pseudonym. This is why they all adopt pseudonyms. It's still art. On some level, it's expression. You don't have to love it. You don't have to reject it either. You don't have to use it. It's a drug, absolutely. And like I was listening to a philosopher, an educator on philosophy, who was explaining how informed consent works. And he made an argument that I'm still trying to figure out whether I agree with him or disagree with him. But he made the argument that there can be no informed consent to your first porn shoot. So every single casting couch scene or her first time or even his first time scene is an act of unconsensual sex. Because you can't actually be informed of what's going to happen behind the scenes because you haven't actually done it. And if you've seen it and done it, then it crosses the line of ruining the art. It's no longer the casting couch. It's no longer the first time interview. It's no longer okay, now we're not going to pay you for this, but we're really going to pay you, but we're not going to pay you. We're going to pay you an exposure. Like you don't get the camera is rolling on the part that isn't supposed to have a camera rolling of pornography. And so I don't know if his argument is, I don't know if I agree with him, but it was certainly well made.
But also, I can't talk shit about porn. I can't say that it's evil, and I can't denigrate it. I can't use my platform to denigrate pornography, because what I am doing right now, this live show, is an extension of the cam girls. Webcam technology was developed so we could have girls get naked in front of us. This high-speed internet was so we could have faster access to pornography. You exist now in a world where it's on your telephone, and we call it telecommunications. But the demand that paid for it was ad and subscription revenue from pornography. The demand was for pornography. You have your streaming services in the ways that you do because there was a demand for pornography already. Pornography already had them. The reason that you and your husband specifically are willing to pay so many different subscriptions for so many different kinds of content is because he, at the very least, has already been conditioned to the idea that every studio has a different subscription model. And that the best you can do is wait 5 to 10 years for the studios to collapse and a studio to come in and buy it all up. And then you get a collection, then you get your Temus, then you get your Pornhubs, then you get your X videos. But just acting like this didn't happen over the course of the last 30 years is self-blindness, and it really just takes you out of the conversation. You really no longer get to participate if you're going to pretend like these things didn't actually happen. I remember when it was easier to rent and download pay-per-view porn than it was a pay-per-view movie. Pay-per-view movie. Probably still cheaper. But since the early aughts, porn has been, it's changed. The women involved tend to be college educated and liberal. And so it's actually about entirely other than the things that it used to be about. It's completely divorced from its history, but it is still a major competitor to all of these things. And so they do still have to, like YouTube. If YouTube wants you here instead of on Pornhub, they have to do the things that Pornhub offers. And so every video you watch is going to be prefaced with a live cam advertisement. So after a while of scrolling through these shorts, it's going to dump you into a live show. That's just, they know the pattern. They've known the pattern for a very, 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 very long time. And acting like we don't know the pattern, like the people who go from watching a bunch of hyper-masculine dudes act all gay with one another, and then they get dumped in my live, and they're like, why am I here? It's like, well, you were just watching people pretend to be me, and here I am, the real thing. Why are you so freaked out by it? Okay, I told you I would show you. And that's the tent. It's fucking beautiful down here. I'm not college educated. I don't claim to be. I dropped out. I dropped out and I was invited to not enroll again. And all of the other universities that I tried to enroll into politely declined to let me pay them for the privilege of attending their higher learning establishment. So I don't have, and I don't posture toward, I need to make sure I've got my headphones. I don't posture toward the
lie that I have a college education. But what I have done is, and hit me up, Great Courses lecture series. But what I have done is, starting in 2015, the beginning of 2015, my ex-wife had just left, and my girlfriend was about to be graduating from university and moving in with me. And because I wasn't spending impulse money on either of them, and my ex-wife was no longer stealing from me on impulse buy money, I had a fuckload of money by my standard that I had nothing already spent with it. And so what I did is I bought a subscription to GameFly and a subscription to Audible. Audible.com. Audible thanks you. With that subscription, that one credit a month. Actually, I think I even got the 2 credits to begin with. But with that 1 credit a month, I took the Great Courses lecture series up, because this was before they had a streaming platform of their own. I took them up on their challenge. They said, with our lecture series, you can spend, if you spend just an hour a day with any great lectures course in just a month, you can have attended one of the highest accredited college classes, college lecturers in the world. And so I did that for 10 years. And for anybody who doesn't believe me, let's see if you can see it. Anybody who doesn't believe me about the raccoon foots. Can you see the raccoon foots? He came up and he looked right in here, and he went, oh shit, his face is right there. He is definitely going to notice if I try to get in there. And he fucked off. Thank God he fucked off. He hasn't been back. But check this out. I could go ahead and show you. People don't believe me for some reason. But the deers live over here. They traverse through here. And the bunnies, them's just bunny foots. And deer's foots. And that's deer's poops. Because yeah, deer's poops, little rabbit poops. Who knew? The rabbits. The deers. I threw out a bunch of carrots and celery for them, and so they got some of them before they totally froze. Yeah, they go hopping through here. I bet we can find Lucas's little scrabbly. Yeah, we can't. These are Lucas prints. Little cuts, little scratchy scratches as he runs up to my fucking hole right there. That's Lucas. All right, Lukey. And I was trying not to show you my pea spot, but there's my pea spot. How'd you know my name's Dennis? My last name is Dennis. I don't tend to go by that. Well, I didn't want to show you poop. Showed you a bunch of frozen pea. You'll be all right. There is nothing wrong with video games. I enjoy video games as a cognitive exercise every day. Alright, it is going to be almost 2 o'clock by the time I'm making so much money today. I really don't need to think about the promises that I've made as far as my content. I was just trying to really get into that 8-hour-a-day loop, but we're going on an errand day, and the errand days always fuck up my routine. That's why I put them off for so long. Magma Slasher, I remember the username, but I don't know for what. Okay, well, I don't tend to go by Dennis. Dennis is my last name. If you want to call me by my government name, you can call me Vincent. Is fine. But Dennis is the menace. Yeah, I've done this a few times. You want to see something that fucking makes me paranoid? You want to see something that freaked me out the other day? Here, I'll show you this something that freaked me out the other day. I'm walking back through here. You see the plowman For anybody who was watching the day that it started snowing, fucking plow guy went right up on the fucking barrier and threw a bunch of snow on my tent. And so I came up, and when he came through on the second pass, he didn't. He could have really fucked up my whole life. But check out, you want to see something that freaked me the fuck out? Somebody wanted to know what's down here. Somebody wanted to know what's down here. That freaked me out. I saw that and I was like, man, did another motherfucker throw a rock through my tent? Please tell me nobody fucking ruined my tent. I got 3 names. My parents gave me 3 first names. Vincent, Kyle, Dennis. I don't know why that's the series of names they chose for me. But Dennis as a surname is, I think the correct word is disambiguation of Dionysus. So the ancestors of my surname were either priests of Dionysus circa the collapse of Rome, or they lived in Saint Denis, or they're related to Saint Denis. Vincent Price is a person who also shares my first name, yes. Our names do mean things. The Dennis last name means what I just told you. It either means that the people who originally had my name as a family appellate, a family name, the people who originally had it were either Dionysian priests around the time of the collapse of the Roman Empire in southern Brethany, or northern France, or they were from Denis, which I think is in France, but it might be in Ireland. There might be a Denis in Ireland as well. Denys is how it's spelled. That's how it was spelled at the time. Or they're related to Saint Denis. No, I'm not wrong. Your middle name is to commemorate a guy who died in the Vietnam War? That's honorable. A last name doesn't mean anything to me if the people who first started wearing it did so 1600 years ago. Any kind of inheritance, any kind of transference of importance did not reach me. That was 1600 years ago. Do you know how many wars there have been? Do you know what's happened to Ireland and northern France in that period? No, you don't. Nobody said anything was honorable about the Vietnam War, Mage. Magma. Being named after someone who died in that war is honorable. You're literally honoring the person who died. I don't know what that means. Is that Thelamo? The Llama Fishy? I don't know how to pronounce your name, pal. It's cold out here. These people would just drive at a consistent speed. Here we go. This is what the pond looks like. Pretty. Yeah, it's cold. All nude live review. Or is it that song?
I neither paused to pee nor get something to drink before I began this walk. So here we go. We'll see how I'm feeling when we get to the gas station. Well, if I don't feel like talking anymore, I'll stop off at the gas station for a potty break, get a bottle of water. I'd like to thank you all of you who've watched today, whether you're here with us now or you've died in the interim. That's not what I mean. I'm just being funny. Nah, everybody who showed up, there are 53 likes now. I have made $22 just here in super chats and gifts. That's a big deal for me. That means I can bet on having another meal into the future. And then I've accumulated probably another 20 or 30, actually closer to 40, in just direct donations. So thank you very much. Thank you. Stick around. How many years do I think I had to have ahead of me? I don't know. I try not to think about it. I didn't think I was going to make it to 30. So at 38, I'm just trying not to think about it. It's the way I live. The way I use my body. I am not an adequate steward of this fleshy shell. So not as many as other people would like me to have. Probably I'm not going to live to be old. But I used to write, and I think I made a few videos talking about this. But like, I don't know what the biological reality or future holds for me. So I just don't think about it. Just take it a day at a time. A day at a time, work to get Sam Darnold to the Super Bowl, right? A day at a time, got Bill Belichick fucking 5 rings, right? Just take it a day at a time. Okay. If that's how you feel, Magma. I don't know why you feel like you need to share it to me. I didn't ask or need to know. Well, I know, but you just shared a bunch of information with me that was designed to make me feel insecure about myself. So I say, okay, thank you for sharing. I didn't need to know that, nor did I ask. You just shared a bunch of information about yourself that's irrelevant to me or the conversation. Sure, you're engaging, but you're also inserting your little dick where it doesn't belong. You and I both know exactly what I mean, Magma. I didn't ask you whether you were a steward of your body at all. You asked me a question about how long I planned to live, and then you started talking about the specifics of your body. Right here, bitch. Use your fucking turn signal, and I wouldn't have fucking walked out in front of you. The sidewalks. Why would they? I'm the only person in town who uses them. I'm just going down to the head shop. I'm really good. Thank you, though. You have a great day. Thank you. Yeah. That's the first time that's happened since I've been in this town. See, God works in mysterious ways. We discussed earlier that this town doesn't give a shit about me. And it doesn't. But for a second, she did. She just stopped to give a shit for a second, and that was nice. Proof of concept. Whew. This walk is gonna fucking suck. Because I am good. I'm making money. And you don't think we're strangers, Magma. You showed up asking if I remembered you because you think you remember something about me. So we obviously aren't that estranged. Estranged? Maybe. But are we that strange to one another? Are you that unfamiliar to me? Yeah, she did disprove my concept. That was the point of what I said, Clyde. God works in mysterious ways. And we learn through error. It's good to learn. And if you think that was a concept, you don't understand what a concept is, Clyde. Magma, you're annoying. Yeah, this is exhausting, but fun. I wanted to do this, and so I have. Somebody should have fucking shoveled this, though. Damn. It's not me this town doesn't give a shit about. It's pretty much everything. Whew. Just endless snow. Yeah, I do realize I'm a grown man frolicking in snow right now. Could you not see my smile? You were all telling me that I need to do better. I hope things get better for you. And I'm literally playing in the snow. On my way to buy weed. And I'll probably have Wendy's for lunch. And I might even buy a loaf of delicious bread. Because what the fuck? Woo! I made enough money to invest today in myself and my future. Oh, that feels like riding a bike. My legs. Okay. Other people have braved this trek. There we go. They did not walk in a... They were fucking staggering is what they were doing. Yeah. They're walking in toe heel. They're staggering. Whoever did this was drunk. Probably why they didn't shovel it. To discourage the drunks from walking at all. That's funny to me. Look at them go. Look at how uneven their steps are. Oh God. And then yeah, here they hug the rail. Reach down and grab the rail, fall right there, stumble. This is hilarious to me. This right here, this is the real investigative journalism. This right here, this is a fossil that we're not going to see in a couple of weeks. It's just going to be gone. This story, gone. But we get to see it. Some deers live down in that ravine. I know that. Yes, I am breathing hard and I am overwarm. Whew. Okay. It's easier on the way back. Uh-oh. These prints are going the other way. Whew! I am overwarm. Nah, if I go any faster, I'm gonna hurt myself. My back is already gonna be cramping when I get sat down at Panera. I made the right choice of leaving my backpack though. If I were carrying my backpack, I'd have an extra 10 or 15 pounds on my back. And that would hurt. No, it is difficult to discourage a drunk. All right. Yeah, this is like, it's like riding a bike in no small way. You got to push down into the snow. It's good exercise. I'm gonna be hurting tomorrow. Sleeping tonight's gonna be a fucking nightmare. But I did this to myself. So, you suffer the consequences. I'm on the wrong side of the road to step down in the road to take a break. These people drive like assholes, so I do not trust them at my back. Gotta pace myself, or I'm not gonna get there at all. Yeah, all of this left over. The temperature hasn't gotten out of the tens. Hasn't gotten above like 19. Whew. Since the snow. And this, it hasn't even had time to freeze. I don't know if you can see it, but it's basically sand. It's like powder. It would have been really easy to shovel. Gotta get out of one of these layers. That's better. A little bit better. Whew. Almost there. Woo. That many people, huh? Missed that turn. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about more snow. Just have to clean my tent. Make sure it doesn't accumulate on my tent. I think I got 2 more of these. Maybe 3. And I'm definitely gonna sit down and have lunch. I forgot about this. Whew. And no, we don't have active Uber drivers in this town. So just getting an Uber back up to the top of the hill ain't gonna happen. So here we are. Yeah, I'm gonna be sleeping a bunch tomorrow. I'm not gonna want to leave the tent. I'm gonna want to just lay sprawled out on my back all day. Yeah, 2 more. Whew. Yeah, I'm actually over warm. I pulled my one jacket off and I'm gonna pull this one off too. When I walk back up, I'm actually all sweaty. I'm in more risk right now. Being all sweaty and wet. Somebody started to do it here.